Ladies and gentlemen, it's Pronago here, talking to you about Cosmonarchy. It's going to be a good time today because we have some very nice matches coming at you. I want to point out here that today's matches are going to be some tournament-esque stuff. We actually have the Weekendwage details taken care of. We had that a few days ago. Only now getting to it because I was casting some Counter-Strike, and so I had to pace myself, and my voice was, well, actually, my voice was probably fine, but it was more so about the time figuring out all of the details like that, like so. We have some interesting and exciting matches coming up here. It's obviously Weekendwage format, which means it's similar to the BSL Weekly. If you guys are familiar with that, every other week we have something like this go down. This is our second one. Our third one has already opened subscriptions, or not subscriptions, but signups on our Discord server. This one had 8 participants. 4 of them were pro players. We had Ziki, Oya, Hanmono, and Bonith participating as pros, and then 4 of them were homegrown Cosmonarchy homies. Those are Hamster, Grasseater, Newt, and Arbus Budes. So looking forward to seeing where they all ended up placing. We're going to find that out today by going through the openers. Our first matchup is going to be Hamster versus Grasseater, so that's the one that I am going to now assemble on the overlay. And that will give us a little bit of time for more people to pop in here if they so desire. So I'll go ahead and shorten that name. But yeah, that means that we're going to start things off with a ZVZ. Oh, also, it's worth pointing out that the format is best of ones until we hit the last 4 matches, which are all best of 3s. And those are all money matches, so it'll be interesting to see that one. I think I might still technically have the old Legionnaire icon mixed in here, so I may take a little bit of time when we get to some Protoss action, which is going to be our next set, Bonith versus Newt. That'll be an interesting one. Once we get there, we'll see what else we want to do. But yeah, let's see what's up. Let me go ahead and grab the replay file name here. So we have 2, and it was on the 14th of September. Going on, Milestone? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very, very cool. Alrighty. So it looks like Potadea was the map between Hamster and Grasseater. The higher seed always picks the map, so that's something that's worth putting out there. Go ahead and grab the folder, the file name for that one. I don't believe we had any scheduling upsets or issues. So that was pretty good. Good to see that we were all in the clear there. Let's see. Just grabbing our replay organizations and all of that. Yeah, the oh yeah. Hopefully you end up sleeping well. Congrats on being in Asia. Yeah, the casting schedule thing at the end was a bit wonky. It was mostly just me having to put out fires in the middle of the interview. Not really that big of a deal, to be honest with you guys. But I was able to recover nicely. I'm glad that we were able to go the full 2 hours. Then pretty much immediately after that, I had to pop on for the cast because it was time for the next set by then. They didn't tell us it was a rolling schedule, which means that if the early games were quick, which they ended up being, we were in a rough spot there. But it was definitely one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, I see how this is going to be. So yeah, that wasn't what I was thinking it would be. That's okay. You don't always get to have it work out the way that you think. No. But it was really interesting being on the other side of the table, as you say. You're spot on there. Okay, we have... Looks like this is Olymp 2A. Alright, so I've taken care of all of Jujik's replays. Time to grab... Where were we at? Ah, okay, that was number 3. I should have done this before, but I was busy doing other things today. Doing a lot of driving these days. Must be interested to talk with someone who seemed to share similar values. Yeah, it's particularly with the complexity angle. You know, obviously, Veek and I have talks about like depth versus complexity, and that's definitely something that's worth putting out there, right? So I appreciated the fact that it was a... Like, it's a contentious-ish topic, or it could be contentious. It's worth sussing out the differences, in my opinion. All right, this one. But it was cool. It was definitely really cool. It was cool to see. Oh, yeah. All right. Just about done here. Making sure to grab the last of our replays. One was number 6, and then we have a oh, I'm gonna have to pull up a link apparently. We don't normally have to do that, but I guess the replays did not survive for one of these games. Okay. Let me make sure to grab a link then. Today's stream will be very, very nice when it comes to the Zerg, when it comes to the Protoss, when it comes to the Terran. There's Alright. Alright, this isn't the one. Where is this? Okay. Back up. The number of times that people pick Serenity in this apparently is quite high. I think that's interesting. Oh, I see. Sorry it's taking so long, guys. I thought there would be a timestamped link in here, but apparently there is not. Okay. We've got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got it. AoE 2 just got a new expansion. Any Serenity enjoyed? I can tell you I can definitely link Veek, the post that I was making. Like, this is what I had lying around. It has links to everything. It doesn't include the StarCraft 2 map ports yet, but I can add those at some point. I think if I log back into this website, I should be able to do that, but we're going to do that another time. But that should be the trick anyway. So let's go to 3. We're going to give a notice. Alright, this is the version we're going back to on pre-release. Get our stuff sorted out. Oh, I am planning some pretty interesting tweaks. Soon, the age of dog-thinking Cyprians are a real unit will be over. That's all I can say there, so you can tremble in fear for a while. I don't really think it's going to change anything, to be honest. Okay. Go to here and do one of those. Copy video URL. I don't actually know how long Ziki's VODs stay up for, so I should re-upload that later, I guess. Okay. Terrans are talking. What's going on, Hamster? How you doing? Speaking of Hamster, he's up first here. We're going to be seeing an interesting matchup between him and Grass Eater. You know, Grass Eater is one of those guys that very frequently gets hard done by in these sorts of brackets, but I very much appreciate him always signing up, right? Without him, we wouldn't have had a clean 8 players. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here. It's time to get active. It's time to start talking about Cosmonarchy. For real this time. Hey, we even got Top Ramen and we have Crankadao just in time to see what's happening here between these two Zerg players. I'm going to go ahead and put up a Gamba if you guys like. This is, of course, a best of 1, and Potadea is the map. We are going to be in a situation where pretty soon we're going to be getting through a whole host of best of 1s. It's all best of 1s for the start. Hamster is going for a pool first. For a second, it did look like he was cutting Droleth, but I'm going to be honest with you guys, I was doing the Gamba, so I didn't really pay too much attention to whether that's the case, but his pool is super fast, so at the very least, it's quite an early pool. I'm going to go ahead and say it was. See if anybody wants to take Grass Eater for the upset, as the Larvosk is already beginning. Cancels a pair of Rilla cores, interestingly enough. And there's Hamster's 4 egg strat. Going straight for mass Zethra cores. Now, Potadea is the hardest map to do this on. It's the opposite of Serenity. The rush distance is pretty wide. Pity B. How did you even do that? That's a default tile. Cool. Finished up now. Larvosk finished up. Another Kagrant started. We got 1 pair of Claws, 1 pair of Zeths. Yeah, this is actually going to hit just in time to probably pop this particular Kagrant. Yeah, oh, it just finished, too, so no cancel on the money, but he'll get his worker back. He should pull it back immediately. He's not going to. Grass Eater in trouble now. Oh, boy. Whoa, Nelly. There goes your Larvosk, buddy. Now, remember, Hamster did open with a very, very minimal amount of workers. His own Larvosk is done, and second one is starting. There's still money for Grass Eater to get back into at least a 1 Larvosk situation, and I think you can come back from deficits as Zerg, but this is Hamster we're talking about. Unlikely to give Grass Eater the in. Where's the control? Already losing 1 worker. There's opportunity for more, but the drill is good. Follow-up. Very nice there. As Grass Eater is trying to fight his best way back to stabilize. Problem is he hasn't ever made that Larvosk again, so there was probably like 2 larvas worth of, missing, time in that respect. And, well, every little bit of larva that you miss, Hamster is going to make back in spades with way more production than what you got. By the way, guys, I am testing a slightly upraised volume on the in-game audio, so let me know if it's ever too loud to hear me comfortably. I can always turn it down a little bit. No worries there. Got 3 pairs of quads hatching for Hamster. I feel like the cautious prognosis for this match, the expected outcome now, is that Hamster will just get hit a timing attack in the next few minutes and use his superior economy and particularly larva production to outproduce his opponent and finish him off. But Grass Eater might have an opportunity. The problem is, in order to come back into a situation like this, you do need to cut some corners. He is getting the Larvosk out, but whereas Hamster is going for tech and an Ovaleth for both a drop and a scout, that's not really something that Grass Eater can afford to do. He's got to either tech or expand or something else, and as of right now, it does look like he wants to take his natural. Whereas Hamster can make more decisions than Sir Grass. Looks like they've caught up to each other on the larva. And actually, they're going to end up expanding at similar times. This is spotted by Hamster. And so maybe he's not so far away after all. The next attack is going to come in the form of the 6 Zethricore drop from Hamster. Not moving across with any of his own. Instead, he's actually patrolling for a counter drop. And his Eskagan on the way to cap his ridge, give himself a little bit of extra power when it comes to that gas. Right now, it feels like the Lakizalisk from Hamster is certainly a possibility here to push in and do a lot of damage. The problem is he needs more than just 1, so he does queue up a second. And Agroleth is on the way. 1 Quaz on patrol, not really patrol, I guess a standard fare, and the rest of them on the ramp, so the reaction is going to need to be pretty swift here. Zethicores are actually going to have pretty reasonable surround onto this Larvosk, and despite the egg wall being made there, it's not quite enough. Grass Eater does not have enough Vespene to immediately even the odds, does end up losing a single worker. He has an Agrolith out, it's going to get scouted by Sir Hamster, who also has Zethicores coming in from the front, which is not exactly what you would expect. So he's going to start targeting the hatch. I don't think that Grass Eater's in any danger here, but the Agrolith immediately starts to make a Circuit, which is what I assume is going to be a Circuit for anti-drop. Zeths file away. That attack didn't do that much damage, and it did give Hamster a scouting report. We know that Grass Eater has an Ovaleth. We know that he's got an expansion, and he's got a lot of Drollet that just popped out. That's something that is not immediately known by Hamster, but for a brief period of time there, Grass Eater actually had the superior setup. Gonna go ahead and push a couple of extra Zethicores into the Ovaleth there. Well, I guess the Spraith isn't going to help too much, but the Circuit should finish soon as long as Grass Eater actually makes it soon. And you can obviously drill to try to defend it. So I think the anti-drop defense here is going to be just fine. Would love to see the Agrolith make a couple extra static defense structures. Here comes the next drop. Where's the reaction? We don't really have so many units here. Oh, actually, the Circuit is going to be able to defend this a little bit, but yeah, Hamster's just fine. And that's kind of what I was worried about happening. So, again, the Larvos goes down. And, I mean, you look at the units that Hamster has, Grass Eater was never going to be able to do a counterattack with those Quas. So pushing out there, it's not a bad idea if you're trying to take more map control, maybe expand. Grass Eater, of course, can make a couple of extra hatches, but this is the third Larvosk that Hamster has killed, and now here comes another pair of Zethicores, or 6 Zethicores, just in time for the Quas to hatch, so he shouldn't be able to break this Larvosk, but the first successful defense in the books for Grass Eater as he makes 4 Hydras, one of which has been scouted in the middle of the map already. 4 of his own Zethicores on the way. Hamster probably clicked that, but even if he didn't, he can surmise there's going to be a drop. And the Lake is shoo him away. Now, because the drop is incoming, the detection is also there. I don't really rate Hydras into the Lake is, but I suppose if the engagement is right, you can make it happen. We have our first Zoryus on the way here. Bearing in mind that the Zoryus provides quite a bit of a movement speed increase, assuming you can actually connect to your front line. The rest of the Lake is are going to be overjoyed to be able to move almost as fast as they used to be able to under normal circumstances. Very good. Very nice. Third base now coming for Grass Eater, so he is still in this game. You got to give him something for that. Oh no, is he going to dive all the way far away? Well, he's about to maybe lose the Ovaleth, and that could be a problem. He does not have another one on the way. It doesn't look like Hamster's going to be able to press the issue. Great targeting to immediately almost burst down that Zoryus, and he does successfully take care of one of the Lakes. The problem here is that he wasn't able to immediately evacuate, so he does end up bleeding off some Hydras at the extreme. And now there's a bit of a Lakes contained. Now, there's no knowledge from Hamster that the 1 o'clock position is currently occupied by Grass Eater. Oh, man. And yeah, you can kind of see what I was talking about there. If you don't micro as on point as you can be, the Hydras themselves are not so dandy against the Lakes, but Bactylisks, on the other hand, will be able to do some good damage to them. And we do have the ski back starting for, oh, actually both players about to finish at around the same time. So Hamster recognizing he needs a couple of differences of his own. Macro hatches galore for Grass Eater, love to see it. You can see this Agrolith continuing to produce. Oh god, oh dear, that is absolutely not what you needed to do. The Ovalith out of position. And even, yeah, this is actually a lot of dead Hydras. He might kill every single one here. It looks like the Spine's not quite going to work out. Not excellent automatic targeting there for Hamster's sake. There is a Lakes over here, but there's no detection, actually. Hold on. I mean, even though there's the, the static setup over here. Look at that. We're going to see probably 5 or so worker kills. I guess he's already got 5 kills, but it looks like he only killed 3 there. Good pullback on most of the Droleth. And remember, Grass Eater does have that third base already done. It has finished for Hamster in that interior position. Very wounded Lake is now. The Ovaleth going to be able to extract it and kind of hover over this negative space. Only thing you can really do besides parking a Bactylisk or 2 here to try to kill it is build a pair of Nathricores or something. But we don't have that tech for Grass Eater right now. 11 Hydras get queued up. So my Zeracores have made it to the front line. Hamster's ground army doesn't look so stupendous, but we are going to see some Zoryus come out, and the Lakes have been a thorn in the side of our Grass Eater. Oh no. Well, while that's happening, and we keep it selected to see its kill count, the rest of the engagement is going on, and look at the Zeracores completely out of position on that front line. Absolutely not what we needed to see there. And just now they're going to be running in with most of them already half health due to those Lakes spines. Yeah, you might be able to take care of some of the other front line, but Hamster is going to close in with even more units, and Grass Eater doesn't have much left over. It looks like the Agrolith revealed the Lakes, or did it? No, it actually has moved over 13 kills, and it's still going absolutely ridiculously effectively inside that main base. And GG has to be called. Hamster is able to clutch it out. There wasn't really much going on there for Sir Grass. I was expecting a little bit, honestly, of a faster conversion there for Hamster. I got to give Grass Eater credit for holding on for as long as he did. I didn't necessarily think it was going to go that way. There were some opportunities for him to stay with us and stay in it. But as of now, he moves to the lower bracket, and we move on to our second opener. No surprise that Hamster had the lion's share of the bets, but our next match is going to be an interesting one. It's PvT. It's going to be Bonith versus Newt. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly configure our overlay and get our setup over there. It looks like Demaloon was selected by Bonith for this particular matchup. Let me just confirm that Bonith is indeed the higher seed for this, because that's not necessarily true. Hey, what's going on, Shambler? Okay, Newt was the higher seed for this one, so I'm going to have to tweak our setup here. Yeah, Bonith is still pretty new, and Newt is a player who has been gaming for quite a while, so I gave him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. This is despite Smarty Cakes giving him a 3-0 earlier in one of the other matches. I could not believe the outcome there, but that's just the way it goes.
I am a hero!
Sometimes Newt is a hero. All right, we're going to go ahead and indicate our Gamba has begun, because so too has our match. Bonith in the top left is our Vivid Red Protoss, and Newt in the bottom right is our Alice Blue Terran. Fill in your bets as we get into this game. Now, Demaloon, a port of Overwatch, is familiar enough territory for Bonith. He's played it in the show match versus DeWalt and won the game. So that was very exciting. However, I do want to point out that TVP, or PvT from Bonith's perspective, not something he's actually played as much of. So it'll be interesting to see what he ends up doing. He's already got a gateway beginning inside his main base, where a Fulcrum has booted up here for Mr. Newt. Are we going to see a one-gate expand out of Bonith? That's an interesting proposition, but instead it looks like he's going to be getting some early Vespene. That could just be for a Hierophant opener, or maybe he wants to start stacking Drax early. I could see like a 2-gate expand or something like that. But either way, we'll see how that one plays out. I can't believe Shambo accidentally put 4 instead of 3. Shout out Lucy, who's also joined us in the interim during that last game. Wants to buy a Zethalor. I gotta decide which tech tree would have a Zethalor. It would have to be... I mean, range is really, really important as a commodity, so I don't even know... Like, would they do 1 damage? Like, what would you even do? 7 range, or 8 range. 8 range is Thalor territory, so... 8 range, 1 damage. Maybe they'd still have Zethra-cores, but they would morph into Zethalors instead of Vorvir-cores? I don't know. There it is, the 1-gate expand with the Hierophant already out. So it's a safe build because you get that Hierophant out at a reasonable time. It's not, like, egregiously hedonic. Here comes the Vulture. Not likely to get away from a player like Bonith, who puts down a pylon as well. He wants to be able to get some advanced units. He's going to try to go after the mine, but the Hierophant actually doesn't have the ability to clear the mine before it arms under most circumstances, I think. Maybe if you get really lucky on the timing or whatever. But I haven't mathed that one out as DPS goes. Feels like right about now, what we need to see out of Newt is just going to be more, some more unit production into an expansion here. I don't think that his Vulture Gambit is necessarily going to pay off versus the 1-gate expand. But I could be proven wrong. I mean, the problem is that Bonith knows how powerful Protoss static defense can be now. You can see him getting his Warden up. He's going to have his Bulwark about halfway complete. So, you can try to plug this particular hole with just one Dracodon, and then how are you going to try to run around all this with Vultures? You know what I mean? So that's sort of where we're at with that. I feel like it's going to be a good time for the Protoss player. Instead, he's going to go Scrapyard Star Pad. So we could end up seeing Matador drops be part of the picture here. Oh, hold on. The Striders are out of position, but Newt gets cold feet. That felt like it could have absolutely been a deadly run-by. Did he want to sack all of his units, though? That's the question. But you think about it, there was only one gateway here, and whether Newt knows that or not, that would have been a perfect time to scout. Instead, he's kind of trying to do an older school style where you pick off the units, but I think run-by there kills a lot of workers. He only has 3 down here at the natural anyway, so you go straight for the main base and see where it's up. Well, you know what's up and where it's at. Pylon for watching drops, earlier reaction timing. Not very many Protoss players doing that. Ardent Authority now coming up with the second Warden. I like that Bonith makes Wardens more often than other Protoss players. I think there's a good reason for that. They do much more damage than the Matrix. So if you are somebody who needs DPS and you're not worried too much about sustain, you can be in a really good spot. Now we have the Trojan coming up. Blackjack's on the way after the 2 Matadors pop out and the Ministry on location. Newt now down by 6 workers and counting. He's also not making any right now. Some improvements could indeed be made. Embassy on the way. All of this off of 1 gateway, remember. I know the Ardent Authority is coming up, but it's going to be some time before it's ready to go. Matadors have been loaded up, and they will be spotted by this pylon, but there's certainly a chance for them to drop off on top of the Scribes. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Another thing worth pointing out, you can tell that these 2 are already pre-deployed because they have the 8 out of 8. They're full up on the slots. If they were undeployed Matadors, it would be a different story. Now the Trojan is going to fly over the pylon. Jig is up. How fast is Bonith going to react to this? His units aren't moving and his workers aren't moving, so despite his early warning system, this is still going to work out. Oh, Newt almost got a couple of money shots there, but it doesn't quite look like he was able to kill any workers. Just mining time, bruising them up a little bit. And now he's going to see if he can fly away, but the Hierophant's going to tag the Trojan, and he's going to lose every single thing. No, the Hot Drop is still good enough. Very quick reaction time there. Perhaps not realizing, Bonith, that he could have just walked away because the Matador was in tank mode. But that's all right. No worry. Or it was in Cinder mode, rather, not tank mode. The opposite. Vulture's now thinking about maybe trying to run in. If they had run into the front, maybe they could have killed some of the workers here. But, the Wardens are still up there, right? Static defense going to reign supreme in that situation. So it doesn't kill any workers and just denies mining time. At the end of the day, Newt is probably behind here in a big way, down by 12 workers. Anchor is done. He can hold off versus some kind of mass, chaff push. But a prostration stage being teched into. We've got positrons being made. I don't know if Bonith is going... Okay, Envoy is queued up. Atlas now coming out for Newt. He's going to go for tier 2 while Bonith is planning a positron drop. And honestly, nobody does pariah drops because they are pretty pricey units, but I do feel like they could be really, really good. Just loose in an ugly spot inside the Terran base. Witness spying for where the mines are. I love that that's an option here for Bonith. He's also got a witness in his opponent's base, and there's not really anything that Newt is going to be able to do about that right now. He does have access to detection through the Anseal, or even building a Cestus somewhere, which he might want to do anyway, but that's not currently his main target, right? He's just trying to make sure that he gets some value out of his defenses. Remember, he made the Scrapyard instead of the Palladium. He can do a Palladium if he wants to, but he only has the 2 Fulks. So his military production is actually quite small here. Wow, Bonith is going straight from Gate, Ardent, Prostration to Ancestral off of 2 bases. He's ready to take a third as well. There's the Anseal to reveal the Witness. That's going to get shut down. And there's the positron drop we were talking about. Already a huge, colossal set of losses here. No early warning system at all here for Newt to be safe from the drops, and both positrons getting out is heartbreak. I mean, he's down by 24 workers all of a sudden. Not quite game, but he's probably ready to throw in the towel just from that. Here we go. He's going in again. Where's Newt's reaction time? He's got more units scrambled at the natural. Remember, one of those positrons is almost dead immediately. Oh my god, some of those were already softened up. Oh, wow. 24 workers. All right. Hit him up in the chat talking about Bonith being a man after his own heart for the positron play. I mean, this is a very greedy build from Bonith, and he's even going for Crucible behind it. Has he? Okay, he has made 2 Pariahs, so honestly, this is looking like a very, very solid build when it comes to the economy. His artisans haven't even been scrambled to a set of areas where he can harvest from. He's going to go for the inner 12 base, and the mine is going to slightly slow down his 4th. But at this point, I think he's, the world is his oyster. Newt's going to try to assemble some apostles, get a very, very efficient ground and pound army, but I mean, honestly, I don't even know if you need the Uptecton at this point. Bonith might be able to win with just the units that he has made. Mass Warden for the very undersaturated 3rd base, and it looks like some vultures do end up raiding the 12 o'clock to deny the scribe. So good awareness from Newt, try to slow down his opponent. He's going to need every little move like that he can get. After losing so many workers. And remember, he was already a little bit behind in the early stages of the game. But Mine Tyrant Uptecton is being assembled and gateways are being added. Soon Bonith's army will explode to rival even the size of some of Oya's armies in the mid-game, massing up across the bridge. First Uptecton has arrived. Starting to look a lot better down there in the 9 o'clock position, and a 4th base coming up at the bottom left. He's going to have to get rid of the bulwark so that his Uptecton can make his way through. A common woe for Protoss players is the Uptecton's chunky size when it comes to structures. Things like Pariahs also do body block them, but most units do not. Tinker's Tower on the way now. Maybe we'll see Newt get up to some Strigas. Striga Apostle can be really hard to put away, but I don't know. I think we're just waiting for the Bonith A move at this point. We don't have any Phalanxes here to really benefit from all of the mines and the melee chaff like the Matadors. Some Durandals are out as well. Man, this would go really nicely with either Cataphracts or Phalanxes, or both. And Bonith's army isn't so large that he can just handle that. It's hilarious. He's tyrannizing mines. I love it. All right, let's see if Newt can get out of his own base now. He's got some sirens on the way. The Apostles do their best, but all of the Apostles just immediately got turned by the Uptecton. Tyranny of the Corpse. Tyranny of the Reclaimer, and all of a sudden we're going to have some very, very different looks for this battle, my friends. Diving through, there's absolutely no damage coming back from Newt. He had nothing that could break the front line. GG. And more or less what we expected there. Bonith just finishing the job after getting so damn far ahead in the early game. And there was no tech there from Newt. No ability to fight back on an even footing. So... I mean, it's not that much of a surprise, guys. It's not that much of a surprise. Unceremonious end. But hey, Newt's still in it. He can go down to the lower bracket. Speaking of, we need to send somebody else there. And this time it's a match between 2 pros. It's going to be Han Mono as the lower seed, Ziki as the higher seed. StarCraft 1 Pro versus StarCraft 2 Pro. That's what I like to hear about in Cosmonarchy. See what happens, hit 'em up, when you take a break, when you retire. This is what happens. Brood War pros rock up and win. Art of Turtle does not win, and then Balance complains, you know what I mean? So it's funny to me, but You'll be back to win Acropolis 4. Okay. I don't know if you saw Hit 'em Up, but Aoud won the most recent tribunal, the first tribunal that we had. Aoud won that. And I find that really, really funny to me. Like, the fact that Aoud won it, the fact that, like that, he was the only player who signed up that didn't need to win. He wins, and then we need to set it up for the bracket between Ziki, Ultra, and Top Ramen to make it out. So that was just really funny to me. Like, of course, Aoud would win. Of course he would. All right, we're doing Ziki versus Han Mono. Worlds are colliding. Likes making things complicated, like his unit comps and his tournaments. Well, I will say, the Acropolis Grand Finals have been getting better and better. If you look at 1, 4-0 for Neblime over the Shambler. 2 was 4-1 for Aoud over Neblime. And 3 was 4-3. Hit him up over Aoud. So I really like the fact that they seem to be getting more competitive. I don't know if this means we're going to swing back around. It'll be a 4-0 for 4, but you have to learn how to use the brain. That might actually be really good for unlocking latent potential within you, Hit 'em Up, if you think about it. I don't know. Maybe you'll become even more OP when you come back to win Acropolis 4, of course. On Mono, in the bottom right, is our representing Terran player, our StarCraft 2 Pro from South Korea. And he is purple. Ziki in the top left is an interesting color. I'm going to say he is mahogany. But it was Auburn. Auburn Zerg. Representing StarCraft 1. I like Hamano because of his magical spam. Yeah. Well, you can root for him with your minerals by betting. Hi is goods not? Question mark? IDK. I'm from Korea. When somebody says that in a StarCraft-esque game, I wonder what Ziki thinks. Like, I mean, he probably doesn't know Hanmano. But if he does, he watches the show match. So they're talking about like setting the brain cell count, the latency count. Double stockade. Hanmano likes this build order. So what he likes to do is he likes to just make masons for a while. He sends 2 masons out at the same time and makes 2 stockades at the same time. I don't know what he likes about that flow compared to anything else. But there you go. That's what he's been doing. As a reminder, guys, these games were all played on one day. It was 3 days ago because 3, but one day. So we are casting them from replays. Shout out to our match admins, Smarty Cakes, Jujic, and Godwheat for supporting the initiative. I wasn't even available to run the event because I had to do some Counter-Strike casting. So the fact that we still got that was so nice. That was so nice. 200 minerals in the bank as he boots up double Hurakan. We'll see what he ends up doing. Remember, Ziki's going Hydrith first, and he's got 2 Izira cores and a Larvosk about to pop. So he's looking like he's in a just fine position here. Unless we get... Oh, no, I was going to say, unless we get like a lot of Mavericks behind the 2 Hurakans. These 2 Hurakans aren't likely to do much of anything. They might keep the Izira cores at home for a while, which will allow Hanmano to do some kind of response here. But it looks like he actually wants to 2 Stockade, 4 Hurakan expand, which... You know what? I respect it, man. This is some wacky stuff. Welcome back, Biddy B. We are just about to watch Hanmano move across the map with Izira core into Hurakan, right? Ziki is probably perplexed to see Ahmed in this place, of all places. Now retreating. Mavericks are on the way. If he gets up to like 4 Mavs by the time the Izira cores hit, I think he'll be just fine. He has 4 Hurakans already. Ziki preparing to expand as his Izira cores are leaving the building. No Hydras yet. So actually busting this position looks like it will be difficult. Anchor on the way as well. Love it. And 3rd Maverick. Okay, so he doesn't have his 4th yet. He wants to keep his Mavericks in a healthy position here against all the bounces. I'm starting to question it. Yeah. You and me both hit him up. You and me both. Double Izira core. Ziki getting back into the worker count now. It looks, honestly, I mean, it looks like an even enough position, but Han Mono has interesting follow-ups. You know what I mean? We'll see what he wants to do here. Looks like a drop inbound from Ziki as his Obeleth is halfway complete. He likes his 3 Izira core drop. Vestry adding 2 more stockades. Han Mono likes to make like 8 Shaman. So he's a fan of that. He's a fan of that. He does have a watchdog coming up over here at the extremity of the base, so that's going to be helpful, but I guarantee you Ziki's just going to come in through the middle. That's usually his flight path here on this map. Obeleth now moving forward. We've got the soft containment of 6 Izira cores, and Han Mono hasn't made that many units, if you look. He has 4 Mavericks in there. He's got his, initial squad of 4 Hurakan, 3 Mav. I mean, defending versus the drop is actually going to be a little bit arduous for him. Oh, I love this watchdog. Unfortunately, it's 30 seconds late as the Obeleth comes in to unload. Now, Han Mono needs to get out of dodge, and he should keep his anchor staffed because Ziki could just kind of run him back after. Already descending upon the Mason line. Some of them have been pulled away, but not all of them, so it looks like 6 or so workers could die here. Maybe only 5. No, it looks like that guy's just going to be left to be hunted down, devastated. Can finish this watchdog in the meanwhile. Oh no, sorry, I don't know how to path like a StarCraft 2 unit. See ya. Ziki wants to come back in and see what else he can do. Not saying that 3 Hydra drops should ever take off, because I don't really think it's going to be a very good option, as the Izira cores are going to unload again, and Han Mono is totally forgotten about it, because, of course, he's got to deal with this instead, the 3 Izira cores running past. What happened to these Mavericks and the Anchor? I guess they got unloaded at some point. Probably to chase down what we see here. Oh my god, look at all the dead Masons. Unbelievable. Just fighting him off with the rally point. And he doesn't kill a single one of these Izira cores either, so best he can do is try to kill the Obeleth. But he has lost a ton of value with these workers. And as Ziki's Obeleth hits the deck. Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Now Han Mono has to try to put out fires, but the third base is being made by Ziki. His Tethvith Swamp Apex node is halfway complete. And we've got Bactylisks already on the way. So the surviving Izira cores are going to turn into Teths. Big Daddy Teth is going to start sauntering on in. Khaz'trith on the way for the hold. There shouldn't be any question that Han Mono is in some serious trouble. I don't see how he can get out of this deficit, because the Khaz'trith is going to finish before he gets there. If this wasn't here, there's a slim chance a really, really good fight could take it. I don't know what he was doing there. Kind of cycling back and forth right now. There's the Covenant on the way. He does like himself some Savants as he returns home with his army. I feel like he needs to minimum step on this third base and then try to force a longer game out of the situation. Teth cores are on the way, so the next move out from Ziki is going to be pretty scary. See what Ziki wants to do with his extra base. He's keeping his money very low as he queues up ever more Droleth. Back in the day when Ziki was first starting off, say a month or so ago, he would float a lot of money at this stage of the game. And that's coming from a StarCraft 1 pro who knows he's not supposed to float his money. So, of course, it's a little bit different. In the mid-game, you are expected to float money because you hit a supply cap. Although not as much as Zerg, I guess, but as the other races. Protoss, in particular, always ends up having a fairly large bank, and it's not seen as necessarily as like a weakness of the player. Now Ziki trying his best to push forward, see what he can do. His army is pretty small, pretty tactical. With a couple of Savants mixed in here, we could see something happening. But look, The Tetzoricors are going to take so long to be killed by the Mavericks because the Hurricanes were not in the front line. Well, it looks like they will still end up being felled. One Shaman providing a ton of value against all those bounces, by the way. And probably against all the Tetzoricor attacks, so helps out quite a bit. The other one was also deployed, so it was probably helping the bottom flank. So a lot of dead Mavericks, but, I mean, you expect that when you play Bio. I guess the problem is that even though that wasn't very cost-efficient for Ziki, and he didn't stall out on the third base, didn't force a cancel or anything, Hanmano didn't necessarily get to a point where he can still attack across the map. That's still not a possibility right now. Circuits being equipped at the 1 o'clock position. Third base now up for Hanmano, who has accessed a double gas base. So that one's harder to hold. More angles of attack, but and not a high ground one. So definitely some possibilities to think about there. Hanmano has stuff to learn about Cosmonarchy, but he's very excited to play. I mean, after his show match, he immediately signed up for the Weekendwage, and on the day of the show match, he was like day 7 of waiting for competition. So, and every day he would say it again. So he's very much interested. Now, hopefully, he is able to find some success and show his stuff, because so far Ziki's been running the table on him, but he's recovered on the worker count. Doesn't have any defense over here, so the one Hydra is going to be a bit annoying. And their armies are going to be meeting in the middle here, so I do think Ziki is going to take this fight relatively commandingly. He's got his Lakes out. Savants are going to deploy, but the Shaman needs to deploy to get detection, and even then, it's a little bit too late for those other Lakes at the front to be killed. Still, the front line isn't going to last too long here for our Zerg, but I don't think it really needs to. This beautiful spread of Bio is still going to crumble. Shaman count a little bit out of position there, and that fight was ill-advised. Meanwhile, the rally is one thing, but this Hydra has 6 kills. And I just don't see him having enough to hold the follow-up push from Ziki. Third base eco was up much sooner. Fact of the matter is, he killed so many workers with the drops. And he's about to have the Ulgorg Cavern finish up here. Cestus will help versus the Bactylisks, no question about it. First couple of bounces go wide, and that Shaman not in position to benefit from the aura. That being said, the Zorius are going to take so long to be killed, just purely because of the fact that there's no armor end in this comp and not really a lot of upfront damage. In fact, will the Zorius even be killed? The answer is a no. And it looks like Hanmano has been routed. I can't imagine him recovering his third base, and without that, he simply doesn't have the eco to match what Ziki is doing. He's just ignoring the third and going for the production. Some Hurricanes a little bit late to the party will finally help bridge the gap and clear out the Zorius, but the Bactylis count is still pretty good, man. A couple of Rillarokors keeping themselves alive by feasting on the bodies of the Masons, creating a bloody mess in the mineral line and slowly whittling down the worker count. Meanwhile, Hanmano has lost almost every worker at this natural. He's going to fight to the bitter end, but honestly, even that is coming. The Ultra Cores are going to be parading through the main base of the Terran in just a few moments, and GG is called. Even before they are sighted, they roll in cinematically and start gobbling up the corpses, but Ziki has conquered Hanmano. And that means our Hungarian StarCraft 1 Pro has beaten our South Korean StarCraft 2 Pro. Was it even a concern? Was it even a thought in our minds that it would go any other way? Well, that brings us to our, I believe, our 4th and final opening matchup here, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check. Yes, indeed. We have a Protoss versus Zerg coming up. Oya versus Arbus Budes. Arbus playing as Protoss these days. Or as Zerg, rather, for this particular event. Kind of an interesting decision from him. He has moonlighted it as Zerg in the past. But I know he also still plays plenty of Protoss, so... Ziki makes units, that's right. Stream lag? I didn't see any stream lag. Oh, stream lag. But it looks like it should be fine now. Hopefully that wasn't happening during the game. What's going on, Knight of the Realm? Yeah, Art of Turtle was not happy, was not pleased with the idea of... yeah, just the idea of fighting against a Terran, I guess. All right, we'll begin our prediction and get ready to cast. Because Oya is in the top left. He is our... Royal Blue Protoss. Arbus Budes in the bottom right is our dark green Zerg. We'll see what he wants to get up to. Immediately harvesting Vespene points to a Larvosk opener, but maybe he also likes the Hydrith opener that Ziki has been having. Ziki seemed in good spirits about Cosmonarchy last a couple of times I talked with him. There was a period of time where he had kind of given up hope, but then he innovated the Hydrith opener, or somebody told him about it or something, and... he was having a good time there. Oh, we got Arbus in the chat. Hope you're doing well, sir. Thank you for informing me about the lag being gone. Appreciate that. Yeah, it might be a little bit intermittent. More people in the house than usual, so they're probably all on the Wi-Fi, and it's not as good as the internet I had before I moved about a year ago, so it kind of does end up getting bopped in those kinds of situations. Larvosk into Pool. People naysaying about Pool. We'll see if Arbus can get up to a solid position with it. This is the same style that Ziki was playing versus Oya in the last show match, before he really started working heavily with the Hydrith opener. We got a 2-gate for Protoss. We'll see what Oya wants to do behind it. Oh, there's the 3rd gate. So he's sticking to his guns. He's sticking to his guns. The Arbus Authority. Now that's my shit right there. We have 4 pairs of Zethra cores on the way for Arbus, so it looks like he's getting set up for an interesting dive. I mean, look, he's going for the Vornath. Clearly, this is going to be some kind of Zeth Vorv position. Shambler likes to play this style, and I think he even played it against Oya a few times. So I wonder what the reaction is going to be from our Protoss player. Our StarCraft 1 Pro, the winningest StarCraft 1 Pro, actually, if you look at the show match results. Now duking it out against the rank and file of Cosmonarchy. You guys may or may not be excited to know that Oya has decided he wants to sign up for the Tribunal next time around. Famously won by Ayud, and then the requalification, the consolidation bracket was formed, and Ziki triumphed over Ultra and Top Brahmin to qualify into the next Acropolis. Oya could be next. Vorva cores are being started behind this push, but not as a part of it. 6 Zethra cores are out, but we have Zealot Ecclesiast. There's no way the Zeths can really do much versus that. So instead, Arbus will kind of navigate around and see what he can do. Unfortunately, that spiffy new Legionnaire model is not able to connect on the jump back towards the tagged unit. 2 Vorvs only. Some Quas are out. Yeah, Arbus is in a weird position, but he can't realistically expand right now. He has to stick it out on 1 base for a while. But what does he want to do with the incoming Zealot Ecclesiast push? He's going to need some Vorvs for sure. A lot of Zeths as well. And I guess a couple of Quas could help with dealing with the Ecclesiasts in particular if you can micro them, but this could just be a very, very quick push from Oya. This is a scary army right now. If he can find a way to chew through some of the Zealots, that could be a different story. Now here's where it can swing. Reinforcements still coming in for Oya, including 2 more Zealots. This is where the pivot point, the swing point of this fight is going to start favoring the Protoss. He's only now starting to chew through the Zealots, and Arbus in a very, very difficult position. He lost so many units just trying to kill a single Protoss unit. So 1 Zealot has gone down, but almost all the Vorvs and a whole lot of the Quas. Well, I guess only 1 Quas, actually, but now starting to swing onto this hatch. That needs to be canceled. There's really no hope for it to be defended in any way. Droleth will be killed, but it has bought some time as Vorvicors and Zethicors are being made. Arbus will do a desperate hold as the Nexus has been put down by Oya. Oh, wow, allowing him to go over to that left-hand side is not what I thought Oya would do. Now kind of getting a surround on here is Arbus, trying to be able to focus down his enemy. He's not really been able to find any purchase out of the units, though, and the Zealots are in such number that I still think Oya can break through, but it can swing so fast with the Ecclesiasts starting to go down. He has no more units coming out. Only 3 pairs of Zets are in the queue, and I think this has to be called. GG. Oya ends up sticking it out on 3-gate production for way longer than Arbus expected or respected. Wow, we had a big pile in for the game's people watching. And that is going to be it. Very quick and dirty. Very done. Very easily done there by Oya. And so that's it. Our first 4 matches in the can. That means that our openers are over, and I can now reveal the next phase of the matchups. Our upper matches, which we'll get to in a moment. But first we got to do the lower ones. We've got Hamster versus Bonith, and then Ziki versus Oya. Now that's a pretty exciting set of matches there. All best of 1 still. In the lower bracket, Grass Eater versus Newt. Obviously Newt being the higher seed there, and Hanmono versus Arbus, with Hanmono being the higher seed there. So a rematch in terms of the matchup for Hanmono. He's going to play another TVZ. We'll get to him after Grass Eater versus Newt. So we have a pair of TVZs actually in the best of 1 department. And then we'll be moving on to the upper bracket for the subsequent matches. We are going to be going to Acid Test for this particular map. So let's get our predictions going, and let's get our stream on the board. Newt in the top right is our red Terran player. Vivid red, in fact. And Grass Eater in the bottom right is our... Coral? Tomato Zerg. Well, that's going to be pretty scrumptious. Looks like Newt's going to be getting ready for a fast stockade at the slight cost of a Mason build time, just for a moment there. Grass Eater is harvesting Vespian. I suspect he will try the Ziki style with the Hydrith opener. Already has done that once, and that was in ZVZ. Thanks for checking out Cosmonarchy, guys. It's going to be a very fun time to watch this Weekendwage, this weekly, or actually bi-weekly event for Cosmonarchy in the style of the BSL weeklies. Unfold. Pretty regular event. I didn't mention it earlier, but top 4 are going to get a small prize as a result of getting there. I said that they were prized matches, money matches, but I didn't tell you the specifics. Getting to 4th place guarantees you $5, and 3rd place is 10, and each subsequent place raises it by 5. So 2nd place is 15, 1st place is 20, totaling out to a $50 prize pool. If you want to help support the Show Match Initiative, you can go to the pinned link in the stream chats or indeed into the link in the description, streamlabs.com/Pronago. Your support is appreciated. Filling up our bars lets us have more show matches. Until them bars are filled, we cannot have more show matches. That's just the way it is. So, you want to see some more epic stuff coming up your way? Definitely think about it. Definitely think about it. Newt's in, thinking about some things. He's going to try to go after that K-Grim, but there are some combat units already here. His stimmed Maverick is actually not likely to get out, courtesy of Grass Eater's positioning. Oh, he didn't stutter step his quads, though. So that 4 HP might help him out. Never mind. Stim ran now. Couldn't stim again. GG. Avalath is moving in for a scout. I don't think Newt will expect it to be a drop, but I guess theoretically it's possible. I don't know. At this timing, it's not really a thing, but is he going to even notice? Just slowing him down right about now as the drop comes in, or the Avalath, rather, comes in, sees the star pad. It is going to force Newt to turn around. He's maybe a bit worried about the potential for a drop, but, Grass Eater forgot about it, so. Oh, good reaction there to actually move it. If he hadn't, it would have started moving up to the top left. Narrowly going to escape with 10 health. So yeah, real slim margins there. Possibility that Newt could have killed it with better stutter stepping. Starpad about to finish for our Terran player, but Grass Eater just going to go ahead and go into his Orcas after his pool. That's one of the things you get when you concede the Hydrith opener and instead go for pool. It gives you access to faster Zorkish Shroud, which you may end up needing. Second Trojan after the first. I wonder what Newt is planning here, because his army is all the way across the map. He's probably going to see if he can bust it, and if he can't, he's going to use the Trojans as the fallback. There's a chance that he could actually just move in. I guess he doesn't even want to. He's just going to go straight for the drop answer. And that's not something Grass Eater is currently respecting, although he has a lot of Rillarocors, so like realistically, he should be in a fine position here. Now, where's the unload? Is it just going to be at the very extreme? Oh, okay, this is not something that's in vision. Oh, no. He just ordered some of the units to just path around, and Grass Eater is now obviously aware that that happened. Second Trojan is coming, so we could evacuate most of these units. Oh, the Mavericks aren't quite out. There you go. Still, this is a pretty big Terran drop here. I mean, feels like this is a lot to deal with just a couple of claws. And, oh my god, Grass Eater. He's out of the tournament just like that. A dirty set of drops, dirty timing, didn't respect it. Not much else to say there, man. Newt was pretty committed to that, but he could have macroed out from that, and he's just out. See you later, buddy. Thanks for playing. Poor guy, poor guy. I hope he still sticks it out and keeps gaming. There's only so many times you can feel like doing that, though, I suppose. Kind of wild. But we love Grass Eater. Will this be a double Zerg elimination is the question, because Han Mono is going up against Arbus now. And here we are. Han Mono in the bottom right is our brown Terran, and Arbus in the top left is our yellow Zerg. It is Crisis Vector selected by Han Mono, the narrow advantage. Narrow seed advantage here. If we look at the seeding, actually, the only real surprise, and it's not that much of a surprise per se, is that Bonith took down Newt. By seeding, it should have been a narrow victory for Newt. Hamster defeated Grass Eater. Ziki defeated Han Mono. Oyo defeated Arbus, so no real big surprises there. Hamster has top seed in this whole bracket, so he will always end up picking the first map, no matter who he faces, even if he ends up facing Oyo later. Double Stockade now. Han Mono doing his old tactics. Arbus going to start Hydrith, picking a page out of Ziki's book, and perhaps many other modern meta Zergs. Gamba is up on Twitch if you guys want to do some gaming over there. Do some gaming while we watch some gaming. And it will be a Larvosk behind the Hydrith, of course. Just a little bit slower than when you get it with the pool because of that extra Vespene you need. It does kind of reduce your economy a little bit compared to a pool. Pool openers are always going to be a bit more economic. I guess until you lose your bunch of workers because you lost a military engagement because you have pool units instead of Hydrith Den units. That's probably the logic there, but that's all right. Double Huracan opening yet again as Han Mono gets ready to go for his same build as the last. Same map as the last for him. This is going to look pretty similar, in fact, although a Hydra was made early for Arbus. It is still a Den opening, and so Ziki went Mass Iziracore into an expansion. Han Mono will be doing his Huracan move out, followed by 2 Huracan and expand. I was actually adding some Mavericks a bit earlier this time, which I don't mind. A little bit of kiting here for Arbus. Huracan's trying to get a little bit of value. We got 2 more coming from there, so Hanmano should be able to do some pretty good pressure. He just needs to turn around with his other 2 Huracans. Yep, you can see him already prepping for it. Maverick stim up. Rending the armor of the Iziracore, trying to batter it back. This could be pretty deadly here. But there's more Iziracores about to pop. 3 of them, in fact, and one of them already has. So I think the Terran player is ready to throw in the towel for now, at least until these extra Mavs come out. 2 more stockades. The Ministry will finish soon. Arbus' hatch about to pop as well. Bit unfortunate for Hanmano that he's losing so many bits and bobs of HP, including a Huracan wholesale here in a moment. Finally does it go for a turnaround and try to run him down with the Mavericks, but he hasn't actually killed the Zerg unit yet, so maybe that'll happen if he goes for another stim, but that's a lot of extra damage to be inflicting upon his own units. 5th stockade coming. I like that he's delaying his vestry compared to the last game at the very least. Probably going to want to think about adding that soon, and indeed he does. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a slightly more dialed-in build than last time, adding a couple of extra Mavericks to keep the pressure up. If Arbus had skipped the Hydra and gone for only Iziracores, there might have been a chance that the combat would have been a bit more swingy. But it's a bit hard to say. Clearly, Hanmano wants to wait for healing before he moves out. Arbus might not give him the chance, as a lot of Iziracores are on the way. Sans the wounded one that remains at the natural. Macro hatch, we love those. Also makes it a bit awkward to engage into the natural. Shaman on the way, but it will be some time before it completes, so this army is kind of on its own and very clumped up. Mason Scout, that's actually really important for Hanmano, because even though he's going to lose it, provides him very important information about the complexion of Arbus' composition, also where he's positioned, how many units he has. And the Shaman will finish now, so this should be a lot more comfortable for our Terran player. Has to deploy that bad boy pretty soon here, but that was a low HP Iziracore that got absolutely destroyed. Hey, what's going on, Wolfma? Long time no see. The Iziracore is the old Iziracore, it just has a new model, so much more befitting the Zerg race. Ski Backed already halfway complete, so it will be just a short time before we see more anti-bio measures take to the stage. Our South Korean Starcraft 2 Pro expanding on the high ground, so you can lift it off and send it over there. I think even relative to StarCraft 2 units, Cosmonarchy probably has the fastest moving Terran structures. Yeah, the Bactylisk will eventually be remodeled as well. It is just a graphic from, I believe, Armageddon, or the Crimson Glory. Some of those Korean abandonware games that we've been able to use as an asset pack for some time now, thankfully. But soon we won't need it. Away the Ministry goes. I'll once again call for feedback on the audio, since I did boost the game volume. Has it been better? Has it been worse? Has it been... You didn't notice it was different? Let me know. 2 more stockades being added, so we're up to a total of 7. Well, going up to a total of 9. Max Q out on that Ministry. Teth Zorakor is on the way now, as the 3rd base will come up for Arbus. He wants the double gas one on the low ground, so a bit harder to hold. Different priorities than what Ziki prioritized there, as Tethvith is already on the way, obviously, or already done, because we have the Apex strains coming for Sir Arbus. Very, very similar story to how Ziki ended up besting Hanmano before. He's had an opportunity to come up with some sort of counter. And his 10th and 11th stockades indicate to me that he doesn't... Oh, I guess 12th. He doesn't actually want to beat it with Covenant anymore. He wants to win with pure numbers. We'll see if he can. This is a scary army Arbus has assembled. Really nice splits on the bio, in theory, but he is going to need to control them nicely. So where's the reaction here from Hanmano? He pulls back into his Shaman stack, and he's going to get a good stim, although it could have been a bit more preemptive. Where's the focus fire? Needs to focus. Oh, he's not able to whatsoever, so most of these Tetzoricors are going to have plenty of value. I just can't imagine him being able to pull this one back. I think we're about to say goodbye to our South Korean Terran Pro. He started an extra base at the 3 o'clock, but I feel like he should have invested in a little bit more tech. He has no Harakans coming. His Shamans have been flattened. His Natural is about to get impugned by all of these Ziricors. It's a little bit of an easier fight to take when the Tetzoricors aren't getting right on top of you, but now they are, dear friends. Now they are. What a massacre. That's good screenshot fodder. We need more stuff like that for sure. Perhaps a newfound composition, or maybe not so new by now, but still, you know, maybe a month or so old composition. Amano evacuating desperately, doesn't want to give it up, knows that this is his last chance saloon for the Weekendwage, and he'll have to wait 2 weeks for the next one. Savants have finally hit the deck, but they won't be able to last for too much longer. Unbelievable. GG is called, and that will be it. Impaled by the bones of reflection, Hanmano will be saying goodbye. Arbus taking him down is pretty nice. And also, you know, somebody send that game to Young Yakov because Hanmano tried his normal stuff, and it was just easy enough for Arbus. So solid play there. Those are our first round eliminations gone, and that means we go to Hamster versus Bonith, and then Ziki versus Oya in the upper bracket to decide the complexion of our upper final. Yeah, Wolfma was asking about how the Tetzoricor works now. So Teths basically work like they have lifesteal and AoE on a melee attack, and they have a secondary attack which doesn't give them lifesteal. That is the same passive that the Zarkavrikor had. And the Zark still has that, but they retaliate when they take damage to fire a piercing bone that goes for 3 weapon range. So if they're in melee-ish range, they'll retaliate to do some damage back. Again, that doesn't give them the lifesteal that they get from their main attack, but that's a pretty effective way of dealing with the Savant, because the Savant steals attack speed from the main attack, but not the secondary. So the secondary will still fire with a very short internal cooldown and absolutely run roughshod over the Savant stacks if they're not like split up well. So it's good crowd control. Alrighty. I'm very much looking forward to this one as we have Hamster taking on Bonith. Homegrown Zerg taking on one of the most storied foreign Starcraft pros. Very cool. Hamster is in the top right as the Midnight Green Zerg, and he is going for mass gas. So we got to come back to this in a moment. Bonith in the bottom left is our Alice Blue. No, Arrow Protoss. As the Gamba is coming up, a Hydrith opener, and immediately back into mineral harvesting. So Hamster wanted the fastest possible Hydrith den. Serenity is his map pick, and it's also a map that has the shortest possible rush distance. So I think I know what Hamster is doing here. I think we all know what Hamster is doing here. Hamster is going to go for an Iziricor rush. Maybe it'll work out. See if Bonith can survive the cheese. He's been pretty good at dealing with that, actually, against players like DeWalt. So. Be interesting to see where all that ends up going. Here we go. Cancels out the unit that he was making so he can get a 4th larva, and it will be the 4 Core timing. Hamster is a specialist at this kind of thing, man. Now he's getting back into Vespian harvesting. Clearly wants himself a Larvosk for the transition point if this doesn't end the game. Oh no, Bonith is going 1 gate Nexus. Well, blind 1 gate Nexus probably should lose to some committed all-in. Oh, he's making a Hydra behind it as well, not even extra worker. The Hierophant will move across the map and see what's coming. The Pylon is up as well. We've got an Ecclesiast on the way. I mean, I think you need, like, Dracodons to beat Iziricors. You know what I mean? Like... yeah, that's exactly it. The Warden comes up. Iziricors could kill that, but they can probably just ignore it, to be honest. Like, that should be in the mineral line over here for Bonith if he wants to see if he can hold. Workers are going to go down. He's got 14 of them in the main base. Let's see. Oh, actually, there was 15. But I feel like they aren't going to get very far. Oh, no, the Ecclesiast died as well. Yeah, this one is... I think Bonith is going to have to go down to the lower bracket, boys. I mean, 4 workers, even if you have 2 Nexus, I don't really care about that. He still can't even get rid of these Iziricors in his main base. He's running them around, trying to ring around the rosy. Oh, he lost another one. Okay, well, you know, he has actually killed the Iziricor. He can get back to fighting now. So the last one falls. He's got the Warden. He's got nothing in the natural. And he's down to 5 workers. Now, his only hope is assuming that this is a ridiculous all-in, which it kind of was, and that Hamster doesn't have a lot of workers. I mean, there's simply no way that Bonith can come back from this, right? Right? Sure, he's got the 2 Nexus. I guess if he can get away with not making a single military unit for the next several minutes, he might be okay. Maybe. Eventually. Well, he doesn't lose the Hierophant to the Hydras, so there's that. Zergos Hydrophant. Eh? Eh? You guys remember the Goliath? Oh, was it Zegi Mechalisk, actually? That's what it was called. It was just a Goliath base with a Hydra turret, and it shot Lurker Spines for some reason. Yeah. Second Warden instead of a combat unit. I guess it makes sense. Hamster gonna expand behind this. Dude. I feel like there's no way Bonith should still be in this game. What the hell? If he wins this one, he is truly legendary. Holy moly. Dog says 1 gate illegal, but it did afford him the extra Nexus, so... I think if the Warden had been made inside the natural, or inside the main base, he would have actually held that. With way less casualties. I guess he would have been less safe at the front, though. 7 Hydras on the way, 8 Hydras on the way, 9 Hydras on the way. We can keep counting. Bulwark will finish up pretty soon, making it kind of difficult to breach this position, but... I guess if he waits for like 12 Hydra, he could probably do it. Well, that's not going to help him very much. There goes the Ecclesiast. Easy pickings. Avaleth on the way for Hamster. He could always drop to try to get around this. Is he going to make any Iziricors for it, or is it just going to be... Oh, second Avaleth. He wants to do a double Hydra drop, basically. All off of 1 gate. Bonith refuses to build a second. Slowly stacking up the Dracodons. Got his Bulwark. Sedent on the way. He's capped the one in the main base as well. Uh-oh. Not something that I think Bonith is ready for. This 3 Hydra shuffle. No reaction for pulling the workers is a bit puzzling. Here come the Striders to try to defend. Still ends up losing another worker. And now the rest of them are going to try to charge the front gates. If they just take out the pylon, I don't know that he realizes it, but he can win that way. He clears the bulwark. Might help him out if he's going for a Lakes-based play after this. Ardent Authority coming up. Managing Bonith's worker count well. I wonder if Hamster has some nerves or something. Like, he got very far ahead, and then he's like, wait, Bonith is still in the game. Wait, Bonith is a StarCraft 1 pro. Wait, Bonith is... Bonith. Wait, Bonith. Like, is that what he's thinking? I wonder. Oh no, he burrowed the Hydra! Is he gonna get a kill, though? It doesn't look like the answer is yes. Beautiful. I don't know if Bonith even knew about that mechanic, but I assume he does. Capping main ridge, already did so at the natural. Third base on the way for our Zerg player. The embassy will finish up shortly for Bonith. Another drop. Oh, way more Hydras than before. But already scrambling the Striders. It's going to lose a lot more workers now is the problem. Quick! Use your workers' attack speed increase to defend. The one with all of the Hydras is the one that's actually going to get killed. Oh! Well, he got a couple of them out. That was pretty nifty there from Hamster, trying to be fancy with the footwork. But Bonith is already ahead of the game. Can't come back the other way, and there's a Warden now in the mineral line. Yes, sir, Ramen. He did indeed have 4 workers, but he had 2 Nexuses. He's still lost a lot, and the Positron drop is coming to maybe try to even the odds. Embassy just idling over the, Witness idling over the Embassy might be a bit of a problem. Hamster just being annoying. A nuisance, if you will, as more and more Hydras are massed up in the middle. Zorka Shroud on the way. He made his pool, but hasn't made any units with it just yet, and could definitely throw down several hatches. Looks like the Witness allows the Envoy to thread the needle and bypass the detection. He could drop at the third base, and probably should, considering he doesn't know what's over there in the main yet. Hunting down a few workers. 6 worker killed. Forcing the rest of the Droleths back. Now he's going to dive into the main base. This is where he can get juicy kills, but not if the Hydras have something to say about it. No, Burrow isn't bad, honestly. Wow, not a single kill. That's shocking, honestly. There's already a Spraith here to pressure the Envoy if it tries to go down the natural route. And, I mean, there's not so many combat units here, but you can't really stick around to try to swoop in and defend. Oh, the Zethicors are already in position to help kill, and that ends up working out okay. Still, a lot more workers go down. He's got 1 Positron left in that Envoy. Oh, cancels the Ancestral out. What does Bonith want instead? Does he think this is a Star Sovereign game? No, he just wanted to build it in a different spot. That's pretty pricey for a cancellation, honestly. Artisans can go bottom left. They can attack the Obeleths. I guess they'd get killed by the Hydras, so maybe not, but still. I was thinking they could start harvesting from somewhere. There goes all of the minerals into a bunch of Zor use. Hamster is just about waiting for any old thing he can do. Positron comes back in looking for more kills. So far hasn't found any, and oh, well, the fadeaway kill is not bad. And the Droleths return to harvest. Pretty good economic harassment, and mind you, this base never really fully recovered from that. Hamster will do so shortly, as his workers are about to hatch. 20 of them, in fact, on the way. A dozen Zorus moving over to the south side of the map. Witness is also spotting for a few of them. Tier 2 now on the way for our Zerg player, as the second big structure investment here after the Ancestral Archives is a Crucible. The Hydra count's looking pretty respectable here for an open fight. This one ends up getting dropped and in for a scout. That's not bad at all. He'll see that there's an Ardent coming, or an Ancestral coming. Down goes the Avaleth. It feels like, I mean, doesn't really seem like something that Bonith could contest if the Zerg army pulls up outside the natural. I know he's got a lot of Wardens, and I know he's got Pariahs for the attack speed increase, but the Zoryu's Hydra count here is pretty damn good. Another attempt at the third base, but it's not going to happen. Artisans are at least able to harvest the Vespene here. And it looks like bottom right is where the third will come to fruition, as there is nobody to block it, but the tier 2 is complete. First up Tecton more than halfway done, and Lakes are now moving across the map. Prostration stage number 2, gateway number 2 at the same time. Double expanding. Bonith desperate for extra economy here. Cancels out one of them. Good check from Hamster. He's not going to bother checking the bottom right, but I don't think he really needs to. Oh my god, don't tell me that Tecton is stuck. I still am not actually sure if it's stuck. I think it's not stuck. It is stuck. GG's Wolfmaw, thanks for hanging out. You just watched Bonith gets his Tecton stuck. Classic move. Neblime has consigned himself to having to build Xenoliths. Yeah, that was that's pretty unfortunate there. But you know he's gonna get stuck this way too, right? Like, if the rally point's ever down here, the Tecton is stuck again. By the way, just so you guys know. But it looks like it'll be a while before that happens. Archon coming next. The Tyrannize is going to be the ace up his sleeve, but I don't know that it's going to be a good enough hand to play. Starting to add static defense here. The Zeths could cancel that base out entirely if they ever scout it. I don't know how Hamster hasn't seen that. Holy moly. Artisans tickling that base. What do we got for tier 2 tech? Oh, straight to Choco Chazel, I see. I guess if you make a bunch of Algaz, yeah, that's exactly what Hamster is doing. So he's going Algaz because he just wants something that can, you know, punk these Tectons before they get too crazy. I kind of like Almac a little bit better for that, the base strain. But Algaz are pretty good too. Like, they have reasonable DPS, to be honest. And he ends up scouting out bottom right, so his whole army can just kind of converge on that spot right now. It's going to force Bonith to preemptively migrate. He's got a witness on the rest of the force as well. Goodbye, Rilla Rokors. Thanks. I said it a little while ago. Mastrolith earmarked for the 4th base in top left, and Hamster's really made a meal out of this game, dude. Alright, Avaleth is going to be able to blind the witness before the Algaz can be revealed. And to be honest, I don't really know what Bonith would do if he did see it. He's probably never seen that unit. They gain armor pen for range traveled, so I think the Algaz will be just fine against these Tectons. Ah, a pylon has been sighted next to my hatch. Don't worry, we got some Zethicores. Stolen. The 1 Hydra will be more than enough to deal with that. Alright, the Zoryus are going to bear the brunt of this initial assault. The Pariahs are kind of off in no man's land. I feel like that's going to be a dead set of units. There goes the Archon. Good storm to soften up that western flank. But now we got the Algaz coming out. Another witness going down. See you later, Mind Tyrant. Nuked in a second. Another bit of pressure towards the 3 o'clock position. But right about now, Bonith feels like he's in a lot of trouble. He's got a very beautiful spread of units, though, it must be said. The Algaz need to focus down those Pariahs without getting splashed. Oh, the Archon count is really, really good as well. Hold on, has Bonith turned the tide? There's 10 Algaz here. It's such a deadly amount of Zerg. They can put out so much damage. And one of the Tectons is still a Malefactor. Well, that can change in a second here. No, the Pariah's looking for that splash, but it wasn't stutter stepped correctly. Bonith not able to make it happen. 14 Algaz have been amassed. this still could swing in favor of the Zerg very, very quickly. Keeping in mind they were massively ahead at the start of this game. So for Bonith to make a meal out of it, well, Hamster to make a meal out of it, is already something worth commenting on. That Mind Tyrant has gotten so close to death so many times. 28 points of health and counting. Another Pariah, another Archon, sacrificing for the effort. If those Archons could get on top of the Algaz, that would be such a different story, but they are just getting nuked down. There's no anti-air splash damage here. Really hardly any anti-air at all. More Pariahs are on the way, but you can't really step to these guys with simple Striders. No Engram. A Warden has gone down over here. Alright, the Archons have arrived. I think Bonith can get right on top of them and force Hamster back. But it needs to be a decisive move. He can't kind of like peter out halfway through. He needs to just charge it, get the Storms doing good stacking damage. The Pariah got one head off. Oh my god, we've got a Criminalisks, the giant crabs. It's going to take so long for them to die. The Algaz go all the way back. Well, this first one's dead. But there's more where that came from. Trying to descend upon him, yeah. Now this time around the Archon is doing some pretty good damage, but it was only one. He kills it for the Storm. Oh, there you go. That's not a bad Storm, but I mean, he just needs some more staying power, man. He needs like 3 or 4 Archons on that Algaz stack at all times. Or, you know, crazy idea, he gets a Cantavis for legit Storm, but I don't think he wants that right now. Softening up the shielding. Not that it matters too much here. The Algaz stack still working strong at 16. A Maelstrom was used, but there's no more Mind Tyrant anymore. Bonith just struggling. He's got a Patriarch finally coming for that stack. That would help out wildly. You can see him just trying to suicide the Archon to get that Psystorm off, and there it goes. He's going to kill a couple Lakers with it. Pretty cost efficient, actually. Hamster didn't notice. I can't believe Bonith has actually turned this into a game. He had 4... He literally had 4 workers. From 4 workers, he stuck it out this long. His Uptectons are still shellacking the ground army. Dealing 5,000 damage apiece. The Algaz are still looking strong. First Patriarch on the way. The Criminalist soaking up so much damage. Kind of allows the Lakers to get away with murder here. He's redoubled his efforts regarding Mind Tyrants. Knows he needs that asset seizure. Kept this base alive. Super important for Bonith. He can still expand bottom right. Hasn't been able to expend the mental energy to clear out the bottom left to actually take the base. But then again, Hamster has an extra base, but barely any workers. It's his Algaz army that's continuing to stack up. Where's that Patriarch? He only has the one. It's focused down immediately, and I think that was the only chance he had. Some Potentates have arrived, but they're single target only, and now the army will collapse. Goodbye to the Uptectons. And the ground army just got a whole lot scarier. Tier 3 is on the way for Hamster. He's adding all kinds of stuff behind this. 6 more Criminalisks, or Algaztalisks rather. 12 pairs of Zats, 5. Or is that 9 Zoryus? Unbelievable. The Elmakus Ant are on the way as well. Bonith has never really seen this army before, so it doesn't surprise me he's having a hard time killing it. Another witness hits the deck. No detection here for the Lakers. An Archon, good Storm, sacrificial. Another one. But the Pariahs are getting nuked down before they can do any splash damage. And I think just like that, this third base is going to collapse, and I don't see a way out for Bonith. We've got Tech K-Recourse coming. Plus that tier 3 is going to finish any second now. More Elgaz coming down. When he loses that eco, he really can't afford anything. Look, there was even an attack elsewhere that kept the rest of his army going. GG, well played, is called by his opponent, but Bonith calls out. See you later, man. Hamster moves on to the upper final. That was a good game of Cosmonarchy. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I think you can say it delivered. And we've got one more PVZ for you guys in the upper bracket here. It's going to be Oya taking on Ziki. Then we'll descend back down to the lower bracket again. It's really interesting because Ziki obviously has been one of the most involved pros, but Oya has shown a proclivity for the game that feels kind of outrageous. We'll get our prediction going on Battle Spectre, the map selected by Oya, who is in the top left as our Vivid Red Protoss. No, just regular red. Ziki in the bottom right is our Cordovan Zerg. This is a map where you are forced to spawn cross-spawn. I am looking forward to seeing how it evolves. It's been seen as a staple map. There's some variants that can occur, but pretty solid one. And you know where your opponent is despite it being 4 spawns, so there's going to be more bases than on an average 2-spawn map. The layout will be a little bit different than your average 2-spawn map. I think it's pretty interesting. Now, gateway count should be around 3 for Oya if his match against the past Zerg, Arbus Budes, is anything to go by, and Ziki is going for his Hydrith opener, exactly as we expected coming into this. Winner of this match, this best of 1, will move on to face Hamster. And that will be a best of 3 between the two of them. I'm very interested in if it's going to be ZVZ or is it going to be PVZ. You know what I mean? That's going to be really interesting. But anyway, we'll focus on the game that we have right now. I'll also remind you guys that just for the information of the bracket, loser of this match plays against Newt, because there is that bracket swap when you fall down to the lower bracket. And the loser of the last match, which was Bonith, is going to fall to face Arbus Budes. So Bonith will have to face off against more Zerg, veteran Cosmonarchy Zerg, in order to make things happen. I would say he's the favorite for that match, because when you see how far he extended play on 4 workers, just imagine how he would be if he wasn't nerfed. Oh, we have a different look. Okay, so first of all, the first combat unit was a Zealot. Then we go into double Legionnaire, triple Legionnaire, with a Rogue Gallery start. Are we going to see a Kabbalist come out? I wonder. Zeki's Iziricors are moving across the map to get some scouting intel, but it'll be some time before he goes for his expand, or is he going to go for it now? It looks like the answer is right now. But this is already something that looks very different than what Oya typically does. So his 3 Legionnaires are going to get scouted by an Iziricor. Actually, yeah, up to 4 right now. You know, you can kill Iziricors with Legionnaires. Yeah, he's thinking about it. I think he might have shown himself on that low ground. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think these Iziricors are basically dead in the water. He could try to turn and fight, and he should turn and fight with the 4 that he's got, because he might be able to just kill enough of the Legionnaires. But like this, yeah, you can't really escape. So he ends up losing 2. Good disengage there. I mean, it could have been a little bit better. He could have just kind of sacked the 1 that was tagged and then let the others escape, but he has no idea that it's going to be the Kabbalist follow-up. That's very interesting. Expansion on the way. Ziki has 4 more Iziricors coming. I think he should be able to hold versus the Legionnaires, but we'll see how effective they can actually be. Problem is with them is that they are kind of glass cannony, right? I think this is too many Iziricors, man. Let's see. Getting some damage dealt, but not any kills. Yeah, I think maybe Ziki could have turned and fought, looking at how that battle played out. He probably could have turned and fought earlier even. But it was cool to see the Legionnaire style. Maybe it will end up working out nicely enough. Kabbalist moving across. I think Ziki sees that shimmer. His camera was on the position. He has already got an Avaleth coming, but he has no combat units. Oh man, this could be really bad. He has no defense and no combat units here at home. Still making Droleth. His Avaleth is done. Oh, he surely sees it now. Tries to drill onto it. I mean, you can use the workers to try to kill it, but it's going to be a bit difficult. He actually loads one up with the Droleth, which is a mistake. The assassination is going absolutely haywire here. 6 kills is really, really good. 7 kills. He could go for another one. Ziki kind of choking it. Speaking of, very, very difficult there for Ziki to do much of anything now. The Nexus is done. Oya's ahead. He's going to have to come back into the mid stages of this game if the Zerg wants a chance to win the day. Matrix on the way for Oya. Many Droleth in the production tab. Ziki definitely wants to come back into that. Dog asking a question about how the Kabbalist works. Kabbalist and Legionnaire can both teleport up cliffs even if you have the right combo. It's just a distance check, that's all. Oh, Ziki doesn't even realize he has a Droleth in there, so that's going to be a pretty funny proxy hatch location. He's still going to commit to it. Almost immediate pull there. I don't think these Ecclesiasts are stuck, by the way. I think they just popped out of the gateways. Hi. I don't know what you thought about that one. Oh no. Yeah, he has to try to get out with the Avaleth. It's not going to happen though. Well, that's pretty bad. I mean, Ziki doesn't have a lot to work with here, and he wasn't able to get any damage dealt besides some lost binding time for the Protoss there. That is a first. Ziki is innovating with the Droleth drop. Another thing that's worth pointing out is if you ever try to do like a wall versus Legionnaires or even like a unit wall, all they need is enough surface area and then eventually like enough Legionnaires, and some of them are going to teleport behind. And then you're kind of screwed, right? So that can even happen in structures, of course. Very fast Tethvith here. Ziki's got 4 Circuith. Wants to get up to those Tetzoricors as soon as possible. I don't rate their damage against the Protoss composition, but if you end up pairing them with Lakiz, I can see an avenue of engagement that could work out for the Zerg. It feels like he's a ways off from being able to afford such a thing. His worker count's pretty low, even for 2 base, and needs extra bases, so he ends up setting up a hidden base in bottom left, which Oya is unlikely to scout. Welcome, Godwheat. Hey, you were an admin for us, which we appreciate, but you were not in fact playing in this event, so I can't cast you. Feels like Oya's in pretty good control of this position. His third base is on the high ground. This one is actually a bit harder to defend than you would think because the ramps are a bit far away. And, you know, this ramp in here across the bridge is in a situation where it's, pincerable itself. So, Frustration Stage at the natural. Argosy as the fast follow-up there as well. All right, the Tetzoricors are out. It's going to be hard for small pockets of Protoss to really deal with this, but Zorka Shred coming up for Ziki. So much in the production tab for Ouya, it's kind of daunting. This is the style he plays, though. Adding 2 more gateways, I love to see that. Pretty big spread here for Ouya, and he's going to try to collapse upon the bridge. A funneling point. Ziki doesn't really want to be in this position. A Kabbalist offers himself up, though. A little bit ambitious. And now the Bactylisks are getting engaged upon. Where's any sort of spread damage that they can deal with? The Zealots getting right on top of the backline is a big problem, and 2 of these Tetsurasaurs are wrapping all the way around. That's part of the reason why you want to avoid the bridge. It takes forever for these Tets to die, but eventually they will. Some of the sustain is going down for Ouya as well, though. And now with no front line on either side, it kind of resets into this no man's land, and they cycle back. The power of the Apex strains being displayed in full bore. 4th base at the typical 3rd location. I don't know if Ouya has exposed his 3rd at all. It doesn't feel like Ziki is aware of where it is. 4 Lake is on the way. Ziki's done very well to, kind of restore balance here. But a Solarian coming, and we saw how difficult it was for Ziki to deal with that in the show match on near impact, in fact. Down goes the Witness, so that's really good awareness from Ziki watching on the minimap. What's our saturation like over here? Oh, only harvesting from the ridge is unfortunate. It's not what you would want. Not quite a... It's an unforced error, right? It's not what you would think. Now he's going to go ahead and scoop up to Ulgorg. This might honestly be a territory for Zozark, if you think about it. Like, if you can get some Zarkavor cores out, you can deal with the Stewards in relatively short order and soft lock the Solarians from being able to attack. That works out really, really well a lot of the time. Plus, you can pressure for things like actually clearing the mining. Is there any detection in this army for our Protoss? He's got 1 Witness. So the Oveleth and the Bactylisks are going to try to work together to snipe it. He got wind of it just then. Lake is thinking about pushing up, but they decide against it. Bit of a cheeky run-by with this 1 Izira core, and yeah, Ouya's honestly not got the biggest army, so this is pressure. Now we've got the first Solarian being revealed. Looking around for any sort of detection, I don't see it. Maybe Ziki doesn't either. Kind of it being ignored right now are the Lake is. There's only 2 of them left, and they're going to get run down by the front line. Looks like the Tetsurasaurs were too busy dealing with all these units off to the west, and now it's a full army wipe in favor of our Protoss player. Not really anything evacuated besides that Oveleth. Sure, a lot of Drolets are being made. The economy looking very solid for our Zerg player, but he has hardly any military at all. Now, he will end up having 21 units on the way. Maybe he can stall out his opponent. Solarian obviously staying at large. Ultra Core is coming. Zor Eusthaleth's coming. Static defense is not done yet. So this feels like the worst possible time, and this is where a lot of the workers were transferred to earlier. Bottom left hasn't been discovered just yet. That's 1 saving grace here for Ziki, as he's slowly whittling down this pariah, and the Solarian looms overhead. A 4th base has been set up at 9 o'clock meanwhile, so Ouya looking very, very efficient here. His 2nd Solarian has arrived. Going to take a while for him to break these Ultra Cores, but as both Solarians start targeting it down, it will be easily taken care of. Ziki may be trying to deliberately reveal bottom left. I don't know about the wisdom in that. But he's just going to go ahead and call GG and concede. He knows that he didn't have the ability to break the position. Ouya will take the game. Punch his ticket to that upper final against Hamster. Interesting, interesting. Not necessarily what we would have expected, but I will once again, it's both players who went down early game due to economic harassment, come back and look like competitive, but never necessarily ahead. And that's just unfortunately like a what-if situation, where if they end up rematching later in the tournament, you have to wonder if Ziki isn't going to be much better favored if he's able to not take a bunch of damage in the early game.
We've got Zerg here. Glory to the Blue Bloods.
Thanks, Shambler. You're even on my forehead. Mass Hydra kills Solarians if there's no Acantors, says Arbus. That's an interesting observation, but you're right about the stewards just going down, right? Or you can just ignore them and go right after for a dive. All right, we're just about to get ready for our second round elimination matches. We're going to stick with Ziki, who's about to go up against Newt. Once we get through these, we'll be down to, I believe, our final 4 matches. Yes, and I'll take a break before starting the best of 3s. This will be a ZVT match. Start our prediction and get ready to go. Newt in the bottom right of Crisis Vector was not his map pick. In fact, Ziki has the higher seed. So Ziki chose this one by Jujic. Very cool, very cool. Smarty Cakes is our match admin, I believe. Newt in the bottom right is our, Bedazzled Blue? No, Yemen Blue Terran. Okay, okay. Ziki in the top left is our yellow Zerg. Probably going to be going for that Izira play, but Newt has already banked his gas. He's going to be going mech versus Ziki.
Zerg here.
With that mech opening, I do think that Newt will be able to send some vultures in to try to dissuade Ziki from moving out early on with the Izira cores. Something that I haven't really seen in action too much. It feels like with this scout, though, Newt is going to scout with his Mason. Okay, I thought maybe with the Vespin he was banking, he was actually just going to go ahead and make a second Fulcrum. And maybe he even is. But this feels a little bit unoptimized. Very cool to see Ziki doing more gaming with Cosmonarchy, though. I'm a big fan of that. With the Hydra's done, he's going to go for that Izira core. First Vulture has left the building. Oh! First Vulture's not actually left the building just yet, but Newt is not... He's not doing what I thought he was doing. He's going to make an anchor. No, he's making a proxy Fulcrum. I guess he's going to lift it? Hmm. Well, that's an interesting choice. Well, the Izira core count is actually being used very defensively here, interestingly enough. And it was a much faster expansion instead. Now Ziki will move out, and he'll see that it's mech. That Fulcrum nearly complete. We'll see what Newt wants to do with it, as everything else is looking pretty standard. 2 Fulk opening. In theory, the expansion would be on the high ground if Ziki does make his way across the map. I don't think he can tell that it's 2 folk based on the vulture count that he's seen, so that's pretty interesting. Okay, it's going to be banking Cyclops. You know, Top Ramen used to do this all the time. Oh, no. Okay. I think we're safe, actually. Oh, are we? Does he see it? What? Did he get like a very... No, there's no way you scout that, dude. Ziki, that's illegal. How did he see that? I didn't think he saw that at all. But the vultures are now going to scream into the main base. The Cyclops is killed immediately. Anchor back at home. He's going to lay some mines. And mostly just detonate on himself, unfortunately, there. Kills a Hydra, kills some larva. That's about it. Oh, good burrow. That's cute. See how good Newt's Vulture Micro is looking. Stun not really connecting the way that you would want it to. The Ovolith here to help out with that as well. But those Aziracores are pretty short-lived, it feels like, with a Vulture count. 2 more on the way. Really, really nice control from Ziki. Keeps his very low HP Aziracore alive. Is Newt getting a little bit too, I don't know what. What is he going to do with this? He wants to try to pressure on the front, but I don't think he's got the ability to. The Zerg military is getting a little bit too powerful. So now the Anchor's going to isolate over in this position. He'll make 1 extra Vulture, and then he starts to up the Cyclops. The Aziracore on here is going to patrol pretty nicely, though. There is that. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It feels like a bug that the... not like a bug in the sense that it's unintended, but I guess that an oversight that the Aziracore vision range is so wide. It should probably be like 6. So the fact that it's 9 is kind of funny. Oh, the Vulture arc is looking pretty good, and a lot of these Aziracores are getting owned by the mines, but unfortunately it doesn't quite look like it's enough. He's got 3 more Vaults on the way, but remember, only 2 of them are there. Airlifted a couple of those units up with the Anchor, forcing an evacuation, but his front gates are still under duress. 1 Aziracore is loaded up in the Ovolith. Man, it's so low. Ski back is complete. And that's a wrap on that. Well, the attack is going to be cleared by all the vultures. Newt had to evacuate his ministry, though. Living with only 4 vultures and the 3 Aziracores being saved for later. For a future drop. The Anchor's still burning. Now evacuating. Some defensive mines for the inevitable drop. But now all the vultures are coalescing towards the front, and they're going to have to deal with, you know, some kind of static defense here. It was scouted out with that drop, so it shouldn't be a surprise to Newt that there's a Circuith in that position. Starting to add some Cyclops. He killed his own vulture. Not sure what's up with that. Maybe some nerves. Now, the mines are detected by the Ovolith, and so he does need to scramble some kind of defense here. Remember, those Aziracores were regenerating HP the whole time, so 3 of them are going to beat 2 Vaults. Forcing a retreat with all the vultures. Newt only now getting his ministry up. You know, I swear he actually had a ministry. I must have just been confusing that with another game or something. I thought he already had his expansion done, but he did not. Of course not. He had to spend so much money on vultures. And now his front gate is going to get shellacked by all these Hydras. Meanwhile, the Aziracore is still at large in the main base. Sure, you got some reinforcements there, but they kind of are needed elsewhere. Some very, very important mine hits are going to delay this push. And the 2 of the Aziracores are going to escape, but the reinforcements, I feel like that's a little bit too much. Yeah, more than 1 step too far by now, as we have 2 expansions coming up for Newt, or Newt's opponent, rather, Ziki. I don't see how he's possibly going to hold against this. The Iziracore is diving forward. Excellent micro. Iziracore burrowing when it's low HP. Comprehensive loss, it feels like, for our Terran player. He tried to be cute little chef in the kitchen, but instead he got singed. There's just Zerg everywhere, man. Forcing the lift, heckling the Mason up there. In a desperate attempt, Newt will send an anchor in this direction, but I don't think it's going to get anything done. Ziki's now making Tetzoracores. I mean, to quote the Sir Phobos, this war is over. Down goes the anchor. The forward fulcrum, never to be used again. The ministry is being made in the bottom left. Well, there's lots of Cyclops, but look at what they're up against. As Zoracores and no Mind Stuns. No real opportunities here. Avaleth as well is still in a position. There you go, that's something. Maybe you can try to burst him down. It's over, boys. Newt is going to be eliminated. Ziki moves on, and it was a little bit easier than he thought versus Terran. But a big portion of that, let's be real, is the fact that Newt didn't exactly have the most glorious of options there. Getting pretty cookie over there, you know what I mean? Getting pretty crafty. All right, guys. As mentioned, we're going to be going on to our final 4 matches, which are all best of 3 series. So I am going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be doing that. We are going to kick things off with, and I'll tell you guys the complexion of the matchup right this second. We saw Hamster versus Oya is coming up here, a best of 3. And then in the lower bracket, we have Ziki versus Arbus Budes. So we've got ZVP and ZVZ. Our last Terran hope in Newt just fell. It was him and Hanmano representing the Terran race today. Okay, after that, of course, the winner of Ziki versus Arbus will move on to the lower final, which is going to be up against the loser of Oya versus Hamster. So that is going to be the sort of setup there. And of course, the winner of Oya versus Hamster will make it into the grand final, and we will see, whoever ends up making it all the way to face them. Right now, my money is on Ziki over Arbus. And I don't know about Hamster versus Oya. I guess because of how Bonith came back, I have to side with Oya. But Hamster could also just play more seriously, if you know what I mean. So I don't know if I can call it that. So see you in about 7 minutes. We'll be back in about that time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as correctly pointed out in the chat, must have been wishful thinking on my behalf that Arbus had made it past Bonith. Actually, you know what? For whatever reason, I thought Hamster versus Bonith was a lower bracket match. So many best of ones, I got confused, guys. We are actually going to be going to one more best of one before we move on to our series play. Thanks for bearing with us on that one. I'm going to start up our prediction, and we'll see if Bonith is able to make short work of Arbus after all. No matter what, though, the winner is going to be playing against Ziki, as mentioned. I do believe that is correct still. I don't think I got every single thing wrong here. Let's double check that, though. Yes, because Ziki made it past Newt, so he's in the lower final, or the Elimination 3 match, I guess you could say. Bonith in the top left is our Tyrian Purple Protoss, and Arbus in the bottom right is our Vermilion Zerg. A little bit of a brighter red than the Vivid Red. Now, this is Demaloon, and Bonith is the higher seed, so you know he picked this one with some reason behind it. I can't believe I have to do this. Oh, wait, I don't even know if I can do that. Well, all I can tell you is that Godweed is vote manipulating because he was the admin for this matchup, I'm pretty sure, so. Unbelievable. He's actually doing bona fide match fixing right now. Not really what it would be called, but I don't have the term for it. All right, it's going to be a 2-gate start here for Bonith. Arbus, on the other hand, has gone Larvoskin to Pool. He tried a very fast Vornath last time. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise if he does that again. 4 pairs of Zeths, and the Vornath should start up right after that. So a very similar style to what we saw out of Oya, against Oya, in the Arbus game. It was on this map too, wasn't it? That's really funny if that's the case. It's just a repeat. Last time we saw a repeat like this, Hanmano, it was Hanmano versus Zerg, Ziki, and then Arbus. And they both kind of went the same way, with Hanmano getting steamrolled. We'll see if the same thing happens here for Bonith v. Arbus. First sighting onto the Hierophant. It is the 2-gate nexus here. And 2 Legionnaires are coming up to support their brethren, or brother, I guess it's a singular. Trying to get us around off onto the Hierophant, but it's very slippery. It's very nimble. And look at that, not great control from Bonith on the Legionnaires, but yeah, this is actually really, really cost efficient already for Arbus. You know, 4 pairs of Zeths is 100 minerals, so, you know. Really, the bigger cost that you're paying is actually the larva. Second Hierophant and a Legionnaire or 2 are queued up behind this. 1 pair of Nathra cores. I wonder what Arbus is thinking. I remember that Ziki would have this really slick timing with Calculusks, and I think it was a 2-base timing, but he would go for that Apex strain very quickly, and he would just have 1 pair of Naths kind of like floating over here, for example, on this map. I don't think I ever saw him do it on this map, but that's where you would float them. You would morph them into Calcs, and you would start ranging down the natural workers. And Bonith hasn't had to play that. He hasn't had to play against that strat. He has had to endure some other Zerg shenanigans. Obviously, Hamster whittling him down to 4 workers is one such example. But there's no Vespene being harvested here, so we know that these 2 Naths are actually just going to be the extent of it. In which case, I do wonder why they've been made. I guess extra armor rend for the Zealots or something, but Bonith isn't going Zealot Ecclesiast. He's going, you know, some Strider-based play with a, looks like Ardent into Embassy. I don't know, man, this feels very greedy. At least it's not 1-gate. He's learned his lesson there. He's going to go 2-gate and have his Warden up. He has no shield sustain. His Legionnaires are on the other side of the front line. You know, they're actually the back line here for whatever reason. Arbus queuing up an extra Vorv. Probably wait for that to hatch before he commences. A Sedent? After all that? Some Striders halfway complete, but the army is looking very scary for Arbus. He could just finish the job here. I've seen this work so many times for Zerg. And if you don't do the Zealot Ecclesiast play, this is exactly something that can happen. This is not mapped out for Protoss yet. They haven't figured out how to deal with this. So the natural is broken open. We only have a Strider or two out. Yeah, 2 Drakidons are all the combat units that he's got. The Ardent will be torn down. Rendered quite a bit of armor between the Nats and the Vorvs. Scribes will be able to fend themselves off, but that's the tier 2 tech structure nuked, and the rest of the army is still on the way. The Drakidon's not able to escape. The Scribes have to be battle workers, and I just don't think that it's going to be enough. 1 Drakidon going down. Zealots are finished, but they're actually on a... They're finally getting active now. At least all of the air units are gone, so once this Drakidon goes down, you can still defend against what else is up there. 1 HP, doesn't quite get the shield sustain. Yeah, that's a bit of a shambles. Now, Bonith has a lot of workers still, and he has 2 Nexuses, so I'm not terribly worried about him in that kind of context, but he is still losing against all of these Vorv Zeth that are still in his base. He's getting the Zealots out necessary to deal with them. 14 more Vorvicors on the way, 8 pairs of Zeth, so that's going to be 16 Zeth, 14 Vorv. The next run-in should finish things off, right? I mean, unbelievable. Well, I guess it wasn't wishful thinking after all, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Nosferatu or some shit. I was thinking Bonith had been unceremoniously eliminated by a Zerg player, and I guess I was right, without having seen it. The Calcure Lake is on the way now, and we do have 2 more pairs of Nathricors, so even if there is some kind of miraculous hold number 2, Arbus pushed V, as Shopkeeper Dog mentions. Can't plug this hole. The Scribe's being pulled. The Warden is going to go down. Does get canceled in time. That's pretty solid. The Bulwark will finish up next. I guess he needs every little bit of efficiency that he can get. As a Hierophant arrives, he can maybe supercharge the attack speed, but what is he going to be enchanting at this point? Fucking Scribes? Get out of here, buddy. Sir Bonith is about to be eliminated, it feels like. He made a witness. He made an embassy. He made a sedent. As it turns out, you need to make units, though. Make more military, it seems. Maybe different military. GG is called, and Bonith has to concede, going home empty-handed. Zerg. OP. Thankfully, nobody else voted. Nobody else bet. So Godwheat's vote manipulation there didn't end up giving him any money. I would just have to like ban him for a day or something as an exchange otherwise. But yeah, that is. I guess I understand why he voted that way now. Kind of gave away the game. Can't be doing that. All right, we are going to be getting into our series play now. I'm very excited about best of threes. I do find them to be a better... I find them to be a more engaging format, generally speaking.
I am a hero!
Thanks, Godwin. Thanks. All right, now that we're getting into our series play, we will be doing a Gamba for every single match. So it's going to be Hamster taking on Oya. I don't think they've played against each other before. Let's get our Gamba going, and let's begin. Hamster in the bottom right is the higher seed for this matchup. He chose Near Impact, and he is our Midnight Green Zerg. In that situation, I wouldn't necessarily think of this as a Zerg-favored map too much. But it gets the job done. It's not bad for either race, in my opinion. Oya in the top left is our red Protoss. So far, he's actually shown 2 different build orders, which I'm a bit surprised about. He showed the 3-gate, of course, which is what we're expecting out of him, and then he also showed 2-gate Rogue Gallery versus Ziki, just maybe to throw him off specifically, because he knows he's been playing the same build order for quite a while. It will be a 1-gate Scout, interestingly enough. We'll see what Oya wants to do there. I don't have the map picks available here because what happens is after each map you get the next map pick selected, so it's not like an in advance sort of draft phase. There's no bans, for example. So we'll see what Oya wants to pick after this. No matter if he wins or loses, he'll pick map 2. So that could end up helping him out. Larvosk into pool for Hamster, so a very bog standard opener. Very similar to the very, very early game that Arbus showed, although he does like his fast Vornath, as we saw. Didn't work at all versus Oya. Definitely had better purchase versus Bonith. GG Bonith, thanks for playing. Too bad he didn't get a chance to strut his stuff versus other Protoss or other Terran players. Best he got was Newt in the opening. You know, if you think about it, Newt kind of got surprisingly wrecked because, and third gate coming, no Rogue Gallery this time around for Oya. But Newt got seeded against Bonith, lost, and then he got, he got a win versus Grass Eater super easily. But then he got seeded versus, was it Ziki? Wait, who even fought against him? Yeah, it was Ziki. That's unfortunate. Your losses are to pros. Let me just remind you guys, half of the players here were pros, and now our top 4 players are Hamster, Oya, Ziki, Arbus. So our top 4 are the same ratio, 50-50 in terms of the pro count and Cosmonarchy count. Cosmonarchy homegrown talent count. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty sick. Hydra's Den on the way. We used to talk about the gentrification of Cosmonarchy, where all of the, low-tier players, all the homegrown players would get bopped and sent up, shaped up and shipped out, that kind of thing, you know what I mean? So it is interesting to see that happening in real time, where, players like Newt, who are pretty solid players, and maybe some of the other guys that we have at the upper echelon, our class 2s or what have you, those kinds of guys are in a really interesting spot because normally they'd be like losing a lot of games versus the top 1 class 1 players like Dog and Ramen and I hit him up when he was active. Ayud, obviously, Hamster, Crankendow. Like those are some of the super top dogs that we have from the Cosmonarchy homegrown area. The players who aren't already established pros and semi-pros and amateurs in the StarCraft 1 space, or even the StarCraft 2 space. But pretty soon we're going to be into a situation where they're going to be taken over, and suddenly you're going to be losing games to majority to them if you're in the Class 2 stage. Super Dogs. That's right. We got Shopkeeper Dog, we got Dog Lived, we got Super Dog. Hamster has some nice mixed army here with the Hydras. Hydras can definitely swing the tide over and focus down individual zealots, and I think Oya might be able to piece that together because his Ardent Authority is on the way and he's withdrawing from the fight, trying to clump up. Now, those Zethar were thrown away for no good reason. Hamster allowing his opponent to get a little bit closer than we would like to the Zerg army. 4 more Hydras on the way, 2 of which have already hatched. Oya really enjoying the Zealot Ecclesia style. 7 of each. More units on the way as well. Love a little bit more Zealots at this point, but the Ecclesia's count can also rise. I've seen people of 2 minds, honestly, when it comes to the way that they approach Zealot Ecclesia. Sometimes they like to have way more Zealots, and sometimes they like to have way more Ecclesiasts, and it is kind of funny that they do end up performing differently, I don't know. Pretty nice. As of right now, though, I would give this fight to Hamster. He's trying to focus down and flank the Ecclesiasts up top, wrapping around. Zealots can deal with the Zeths. That's not really the biggest problem right now, but the Hydra count is growing. Vornath on the way now. This is very solid from Hamster. It makes a lot of sense. Zerg here alarm going off in Oya's brain as we have the embassy on the way. The positron's kicking up. This is something Bonith seems to have taken notes of because Oya did it a lot in the show matches. Positron drops can be very effective. Bit wonky to control, but I mean, if you're used to like Reaver drop or Storm drop, it's probably even a little bit easier than those. 3 gate for Oya. Still kind of roaming and romping throughout the map. No fast 3rd base for the Protoss just yet, and now some Vorvikors are on the way. This is going to make the ground army a lot more catchable by what Hamster has. Meanwhile, the Envoy has begun. Prostration stage also on the way. And the double positron is just about set up here. Positron, another unit that feels like Protoss omit from their own army composition at their own peril. Speaking of peril, we have a pretty big descent for Hamster here. He's just trying to pick apart some of these individual gateway units, tagging them with the ensnare when he can. Turnaround is well timed from Oya, but he is still going to end up losing a number of those gateway units. Cost efficiency going up for Hamster right about now, and still has Vorvs with which to give chase. Another Ecclesiast going down is going to hamper his ability to clear those last few Zealots, and he's cowed the army back to the natural, giving a lot more map control from here. Hamster can think about expanding, maybe even double expanding, or diving into a little bit more tech. We don't have those Vespine ridges being exploited yet. One of them has started a gas cap. The other one should probably follow suit soon. Hydra's roving around, making sure nothing at the 3 o'clock would deny an expansion attempt, nor scout it in earnest. Pariah has begun. Remember that drop is likely to come down pretty soon, but instead the Positrons actually scoop out, trying to clear that front line. The Hydras can be clumped up a lot. So you can see he's actually just face tanking any incoming damage, and Positrons are doing a lot of cleanup there. In theory, that would be an easy focus, but Hamster not pulling the trigger quite on it. So the Envoy was made. It's now going to scoop up the Positrons, and is that something that Hamster's actually aware of? He's got some Hydras patrolling the perimeter of his base, but is Orca Shroud coming down now? Saturating the Eskagants, getting those extra bits of bobs of Vespine. The one Zetracor chasing away the Scribe, but only slowing the third base momentarily. It's already been nearly completed for Hamster here at 3. And of course, he also has more presence at the 9 o'clock. Here come the 2 Positrons. There's actually 4 Hydras waiting directly in the line of fire. And so, swift enough to run around, but has Hamster even noticed it? I don't know if the answer is yes. He's actually got 12 Zetracors on the way. There's no way that this has been scouted by Oya, so this could actually have a lot of consequences. That one is a little bit too far away. I don't think he's not noticed it yet. He needs to unload the rest of them. He's got more Zets in the tank. Going after the pylon here just before a Pariah finishes. That's a little bit cheeky. Does unload most of those subsequent Zets. Maybe trying to go after a worker kill here, but he should just load them up instead. He gets most of them, I guess. Maybe he can try to go after some damage dealt to the third base there. Instead, he's going to unload on the extremity again. Actually, Oyo was predicting that, so it's pretty cheeky to do this. What's happening behind this? Not really much of anything. Hamster's floating money. That's what's happening. Maybe he'll be able to pick this seed in. Actually, should be able to. That's a good target. Very cost efficient with those Zetracors. He's even going to try to scoop them up. He'll only get 3 out, so unlikely to do much down here at the third base, but he still could try. Not with all those units. Workers being sent over to the third, the double gas third, no less, for our Zerg player. 9 Lake is 2 pairs of Calcs, or I guess they're not Calcs yet, right? Because we only have the Vornath Pond. I was going to say 2 pairs of those are on the way, but it's just the Naths for now. And 6 Zorius get started to try to spend down some of this bank. Macro Hatch, where is it? Yeah, I love this position. It's going to make it a lot harder for ground units to be able to breach the top flank. One note of caution is that your own ground army can't really path through this position very easily if you put any structures over here. And so it's something to think about. Witness providing a lot of extra vision. Hamster does not have an Ovoleth in the area. Oh, I see. The Nathacors are actually on a patrol to scout what's going on with the position here. Oh, look at that. The Envoy doesn't have anything in it, but Hamster won't know that. He's going to feel pretty good about catching that. And it is good. It's good to do that in the sense that you don't have to worry about missing out on some kind of action. There's a lot more minerals in this base than there are for the base that Hamster has taken. You got 7 minerals versus 9. So, pretty good extra bit of resources here. Witnesses set up like tripwires throughout the map. Hamster is being spied on, and he just doesn't even know it. Crucible empowering the double prostration and the Argosy will also serve as a more emphatic pylon that will stay alive for a bit longer. I love the exploratory Zethar cores. I don't know about the exploratory Lakes, but he's clearly interested in doing a drop. We don't have any actual detection over here at the third base, so absolutely something he could do if he wanted to. Obviously, the army is still cycling through, and you can just kind of send one combat unit on top, but maybe this will open up a counterpunch for Hamster, especially if it's within vision of Oya. He's not going to want to be in a situation where he's dealing with that. Hey, that's going to be a couple of kills there. Just 3. Maybe he can also kill the Matrix. Now being converged upon. Where's the counter push? It's not actually happening. Instead, he's just got some Izira cores to try to cancel out any attempt at expanding towards the 9 o'clock. The Avaleth watches on. Another dead artisan. Ideally, those Izira cores would navigate away from the fight. It looks like a few of them will end up going down. Killing his own gateway to set his Dracodon free. And that warping in plenty more to compensate. Solarian is on the way. Making a lot of sycophants. He actually has 2 Solarians already, such as the power of the Crucible-empowered Argosy. The interior 12 o'clock being taken is pretty snazzy, honestly. This is such a hard base to defend in most people's minds. It will be scouted out by Hamster, and now it looks like he wants to see if he can drive a wedge between the Protoss army. He's going to go ahead and deploy the Lakes. I'll make a Santer on his way. He had tier 2. I didn't vocalize it, but he has made it. Guess he could go for some Akistra cores. Man, if only he had his Iroliths with his army. Yeah, maybe he's gonna go for Akis. He's making the Matrolith, and that's the base strain for that. They are pretty potent units. Mostly unlocked by gearing up with a Sirvaleth later on. Get that lifesteal going, but they can be pretty tanky as it is. 11 Zorius, 3 Convolusks, 3 Vilgoricors. Looks like Hamster wants to try to use those tier 2 Apex strains to make matters a bit more tricky for Oya. This engagement could be good for either side. We need to wait for it to develop a little bit longer. The Hydras are engaging the front line with impunity right now. A lot of time being bought by the Zorius. There's the Lakes Spines. Going to be piercing a lot of that top flank, and so much more value gained by the high ground over here. The Khaz'it has been earmarked. There's a lot of Zorius here. It looks like Hamster wants to see if he can empower his Hydra stack in this side, which makes a lot of sense versus all those stewards. Look at the ground army for Oya. It's starting to collapse. He's only made the one a Cantor. We heard Arbus talk about that earlier, but it might still be enough for Oya to break through. It's a very narrow win right now for our Protoss player, and if he overstays his welcome, he could soon be eliminated. The Stratholith on the way for localized defense, and 18 Hydras being made. Hamster wants to counter-punch as soon as possible. Remember that the Gateway production has been added quite a bit, expanded by Oya, and he has kept all of his Solarians alive. Very soon they'll have the sufficient steward count back up and running. At the time of their choosing, they can engage. Here it comes. Carapace swarms cast over the army. The Pariah is trying to make that a problem for the Zerg, but instead, a lot of Hamster's forces are kind of caught in the middle of nowhere. Where did those Matroleths get off to, I wonder? Because they are not with the army supporting them. The Khaz'it only now being deployed. Watch out for those Convolusks, providing a ton of value by slowing down the Protoss army. That Pariah will finally fall, and there's no more front line to make things a bit more awkward now for Hamster. So he holds again. Pretty impactful battles right about now, and Oya not quite able to break through, but he's got reinforcements coming, including a Malefactor Solarian. Profanation on the army. Still watching for other bases, but Oya is creeping forward to a double gas base of his own in the top right. On standby with the Khaz'trith? Yes, he is. And Morris Thraitholeth's where that came from as well. Zoryu's trying to provide a bit of an engagement. I'm not so sure I like this position. A lot of stacked Carapace swarms have been descended, but where's the Khaz'trith in this army, man? Not able to break the stewards. It feels a little bit too little too late, but he gets the Carapace swarm over the Khaz'trith. It's not going to get focused down just yet. Still being provided a little bit of cover. Blake is still clearing a lot of the ground army, and Oya might end up being overwhelmed here. He is going to cycle back after losing his entire ground army. Just can't possibly deal with everything there, and the Mind Tyrant goes down with the ship. It's just the 5 Solarians. He's got a little bit more of that came from a very potent force. Double Mind Tyrant Pariah. We are going to see some more Malefactors hitting the deck. His Thraitholeths are really proving a very, very mighty force here. It doesn't feel like Hamster needs to play as perfectly as he had been. With the, the fact that he was very slow on the trot with the Khaz'trith response was working out quite well. He needs to pick those as Thraitholeths. Oya has a clear target, maybe even onto the Khaz'trith. He goes after the Irileth instead. There's another one ready to pick up the slack if need be. Steward's just trying to burn through all of the Carapace swarms. It's not working out. The Khaz'trith goes completely untargeted. Maybe now will be a different story, but there's the Carapace swarms to shield it. The Lakers are underneath, driving so many spines down range, ignoring the Carapace swarm in the process. Oh, he scoops it up with the Irileth. It's still there. He can unload it any time as he continues to try to push forward, but there's some static defense here to help out. Shield sustain, going to be a warm welcome for the Protoss army trying to defend the homestead. This is 3 base Zerg versus soon to be 5 base activated Protoss. Oya should not be in a position to lose this fight, but Hamster has been trying to make cost-efficient moves the whole game long. The Malefactor Solarians, are they even Malefactor? No, in fact, actually, the Mind Tyrants aren't linked to anything right now. And still Hamster lurks forward. His lake is continuing to find value, courtesy of the Carapace swarms. So beautiful to see his Thraitholeths used in this way. We haven't seen them in so damn long. But the Apex Control Strain, providing a ton of value. Area denial. And good detection. Good controlling of the witnesses, against the witnesses, really. Hamster's been sniping them so much. No amelioration here for Oya as he ends up losing a lot of workers at this base. It's not quite fallen just yet. And he's got 7 Solarians. He's going to dive forward, but there's the burrow. And where's your detection, man? You just don't have anything. Oya down to making a single Zealot. Doesn't really feel to me like this is where we need to be. Plague has started to arrive. That's going to make the Stewards even less powerful. And I think Hamster's actually done it, man. I think Oya has flubbed the targeting so much that despite his economic advantage, Zerg is still going to pull on through. Only now is Hamster taking a 4th base. Plague creating more and more bombs where that came from. Here we go. The Pariahs are going to be the last-ditch effort as the Lakers try to saunter up the double ramp. It's a bit of a daunting task. Maybe the Solarians can do something. They're not all super wounded, but a few of them are very, very quick to, very, very short-lived, it feels like. Tetkara cores have arrived, trying to clear out the Stewards. Oh, this is so hard for Oya. He still has so much money. He spent it down recently. All right, the Solarian stack has not been threatened. One of them has fallen, that's it. Still has 7, the Stewards are still at large. Tetkara is trying to swing on in, the Pariah is still holding down the fort. Or are they? As their last one is going to fall shortly, the Tetkara is getting on top. A couple of Rillilisks spawn as a result of all the splash damage, but they are short-lived without the support of the host. But actually, Zoryus are keeping them alive, hold on! Suddenly 44 Rillarokors, or Rillilisks, appear, and look at all the Rillarokors on top at the bottom. That is just way too much. This base has been collapsed upon. He's still going to try to fight. They don't do a lot of damage individually, but they're going to soak up so much power. The Zoryu's providing that value. Down goes the Nexus. Soon the top right will be the next target. 2 more Solarians joining with the fight. We've got Pariahs and Zealots for Oya to try to pierce the veil. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Look at all the Carapace forms stacked up in one place. A game of detection control done by Hamster. The Caracores are going to be next. Attempting to focus them down, but it just doesn't feel like it's quite enough. And yeah, look at all those Rillisks. They're spawning on top of the stewards. Doesn't it only block a bit of damage? I believe it's actually 2,000 HP. No, Oya's wishful thinking here. We're gonna speed through the typing. I think he's realized he has fallen. GG. And that is going to be the first game going the way of Hamster. That was a knowledge check. There's not very many ways about it. Without the option to understand the target, I think better target selection would have worked so much nicer if Oya had sniped the Estratholeths when he had the chance. Those were the Defiler equivalents. If he had killed the Khazitrith at any point there, the Iroleths that were escorting it. By the way, if it regresses, it doesn't have space for the Khazitrith, so the Khazitrith also dies. So even if you snipe the Iroleth and it just turns back into the Ovoleth, that still kills it. Bit of a niche mechanic we don't see too often, but that's a genuine option there that unfortunately Oya was not able to make happen. So better target selection, he'd be a lot better. Keeping his witnesses alive, you do that by sniping the detection of your opponent, which is the Khazitrith and the Iroleths. So other options there just kind of goes back down to target selection. GG's. Hamster versus Oya game 2 is coming at you in just a moment. Hamster only needs to win one more match, and then he is in the grand final, fighting for first place. Just like he was last time, but he had to go through the lower final to get there before. Of course, Oya has an opportunity to try and make it a different sort of game. So the Gamba is up. Can Oya bring us to a third map? He is our electric blue Protoss in the top left, and Hamster, the midnight green Zerg, once again in the bottom right. Was indeed a very good game. If Oya versus Hamster is like this every game, I will be a happy man. Gateway on the way for Oya. Den coming for Hamster. So he's going to try something very different than the last game. This map has a little bit of a shorter distance between it, I believe, than Near Impact, but not that much. I think it's kind of negligible. Gateway Scout for Oya. Wants to see what the opener is. Maybe if he scouts the Hydrith opener, he's going to go 2-gate into Rogue Gallery like he did versus Ziki. That might have been why he decided to go that build. And the Kabbalist didn't get... The Kabbalist got a lot done. Like 7 or 8 Droleth kills. Because Ziki wasn't so quick on the trigger finger. But the Legionnaire start worked out pretty nicely until it didn't, if you know what I mean. So it will be a 3-gate before he scouts. At the cost of the timing of his first military unit. When he gets this far deep and he sees that it is the Hydrith Den opener, we'll see what he wants to do. Does he end up canceling a gateway? He's got way more military units than his opponent, or than Bonith will have had at the time that the 4 Iziracore rush works out. So of course Hamster feels like this is what he needs to do. You know what I mean? It's kind of silly. But he is going to go for the quad Izzy rush. Yeah, that Hamster versus Oya game was really solid. Obviously, it had the sort of anticlimactic ending where they were just typing and stuff, but very, very good stuff back and forth. And yes, Oya could have fixed it a lot of things just by targeting different units, but you know, live and learn. That's fine. Maybe it would have been more, would have been less epic if that had happened, probably. Here we go. Iziracore is making their presence known. Dracodon is going to help out a little bit more than like the Hierophant did because it has more damage, but the Legionnaires do end up getting nuked very quickly. Scribes are not really supposed to fight this, by the way. They are supposed to flee. You cannot deal with the Izira Core that way. There's too much damage. Oh my god, there's so much. One of them burrows to avoid the pain. Well, he's going to have more workers than Bonith had. He's got 8 workers instead of 4. Hamster doing dirty things to dirty players. Would you rather have 8 workers in 1 Nexus or 4 workers in 2 Nexuses? The correct answer is 4 workers in 2 Nexuses, I guess, but I don't know, man. That feels pretty bad. Oh yeah, second guessing if he should move out or not, but I think he should. Try to get any little bit of extra that he can. He's going to stand vigil at the bridge. Call it standing bridgel. He's actually committing a lot into military production as opposed to expanding or anything to try to get back into the swing of things. So that's interesting to me. Four Hydras, 2 Izzies. Could be a punish in here for Oya. Last time we saw Hamster do this, it ended in a game that wasn't a million miles away from the last one, if we're honest, but Bonith was unable to fully recover. Maybe Oya will feel a little bit better. It must suck to lose so many workers in the early game, though. Especially after a very close-fought first game. Now face tanking with the Hierophant. Zealot also taking quite a bit of peppering. You know, Hamster does come down from the cliff. This is an option in theory. The Hierophant not able to tag the Izzy. Bit of a concave. Poor man's concave, but it still does the job. Oh yeah. Descending upon the Hydras with his Zealots. The one Legionnaire trying to provide a little bit more value as well. It's kind of working out. I don't know, man. I don't think Hamster can actually take this fight right now. He's losing way too many units. And the Striders are going to put a lot of consistent damage. Got 5 more Hydras coming. Going to finish off that one Zealot. Remember, no Ecclesiasts have been made this time around. There goes the Hierophant, though. That's going to make this fight a lot more manageable. Reinforcements have arrived, and damage is going to be soaked up by the hatch. I think he just killed his own Hydra to try to make things more fair for Oya, but not really necessary. Some reinforcements coming. That one Zealot can do a lot. Still investing in pure Hydra right now, and there has been a Rogue Gallery made in the background as a Kabbalist is halfway complete. See if Oya can get up to his little micro shenanigans in a moment here as he's constantly cycling back and forth with the Striders. Continuing to apply pressure. Doesn't feel like he can do much more. Also, we have Scribes being rallied down. What the hell's going on, Oya? Hi. Bye. Oh, that's a cheeky burrow, trying to get that HP regen to match the flash shielding. That's not a bad idea. More and more Hydras on the way. Now he's going to try to dive forward and focus down individual Dracodons. Another Scribe has appeared. Get out of my way. Kind of body blocked. Killed another Hydra as a result. Oh, yeah. Let me attack my own hatch. That's what you want to attack, right? That's what Hamster was trying to say with that. Like, hey, attack this thing, not my units. Oh, yeah, obliges. Ooh. So he knows about the burrowing. Ski back on the way. 5 pairs of Rilla Rokors. Gonna try to staunch the bleeding once and for all. Oh yeah, refuses to capitulate. He's actually taken the worker lead by storm by now. Rilla Rokors will definitely help out though. There goes all the Zealots. Hydra's being focused down for the most part. I think he's actually going to kill the hatch. Oh, a Kabbalist appears. Oh, what a flub. Oh, yeah. He sacrifices it, but he will get the hatch out of it. A really impressive micro-oriented comeback, dude. There's so many times where, sure, maybe you can say Hamster should have microed a little bit better. I honestly don't know. I think Hamster's about to get toasted here. It's a little bit hard to call for sure, but another Kabbalist goes down without sowing chaos in the mineral line. Tries to get that Droleth that regressed to go back. Single Bactylus on the way. Yeah, this is going to be deadly. Has to evacuate some of those units so that the workers don't all die. Still at large. Avaleth only just about done. Still forcing a spread of the defense. Even 3 Hydras out of the way is a bit hard. He misclicks on, and I think he hits the Isk again or something. I don't know what he had. Oh, no, he hit the ski backed. That's not really what the target that you wanted. Okay, actually, it does look to me like we have a hold here for Hamster. It's a 1 base hold, so it's not stellar, but only now as a Nexus coming up, and 3-gate Rogue Gallery is lamenting. Cheeky little Sim City there, barely fits. There's no way you're getting that expansion right now, buddy. The Rilla Rokors come out to try to get a little bit of a armor rend. Oh no, this could be a grievous error. This could be a humongous error. Zealots are going to be descending right on it. Yeah, and there's not enough bounce damage and not enough armor rend. So those Zealots are never dying. Cycling back 7 Hydras, maybe if he had waited for that many extra, he could have helped out. The workers need to get active right now. There's no splash damage, so you might not be able to finish them off in time, but instead he goes after the Larvas. It's a great target. Instantly neutering the worker production and larva production of Hamster. Another Kabbalist trying to slip the net. It's not going to get very far. Oh, and look at that. He even pops the Droleth on the way out. So that's going to set him back even further. He did do good damage to Oya's army. Oh, almost sniping that Avaleth. Hamster's not so careful all the time with it. Vagrant has arrived. It'll be focused down immediately. Down goes the Avaleth in exchange. It's just a shade, so it'll die very soon. Zealot Dracodon be the primary composition here for Oya. Not getting any additional tech. He's adding some Vagrants, as mentioned, trying to get a little bit more value out of the Rogue Gallery since his Kabbalist play hasn't been working out for him. Economically speaking, Oya very far ahead, which is not what we thought we would be saying when he was reduced to 8 workers. But the 4 Aziracore rush puts you very far behind. So even though that looked like it could have been a kill, well, it wasn't. Perfect saturation right now for Oya. And he's got gas caps on all the ridges. And he's setting up for extra bases. Army roving around towards the 6 o'clock, but nothing to see there. Hamster is going to make a single Skithracore, most likely just a scout. Maybe pressure for some anti-air defenses. We don't have any of those just yet. Unitary Union is going to be the tier 3 of choice, and 12 o'clock is going to be where Oya takes his 3rd. A bit of an expensive scout, but Hamster knows where the army is now. 2 Unitary Unions coming for Oya. Doubling down on it, for sure. The one Skith will soon arrive. Bit of a bold move there. The Skith actually gets cut down without scouting anything. Maybe confirm nothing at 9 o'clock? That's about it. Hamster making 9 Hydras. Yeah, production looks much more one-sided nowadays. Can't really look at this game and think that the Protoss is going to drop it, but we'll see, because Hamster has made up a pretty nice Hydrith army. Ski-backed army. No swamp on the way. Zealots being shorn off at the extremes. Some static defense has been warped up here at the 12 o'clock. Not immediately apparent where Hamster's army is going to be going, and so Oya constantly pivots back and forth. He's got a single Asiliad. If you can get up to a number of those, Iziracors, even Tetzoracors have a hard time dealing with that. Third base now for Hamster. Not great saturation on the minerals just yet, but pretty close to baseline. Zealots are going to get cleaned up here pretty quick with this many Hydras, but the one Asiliant is doing some pretty good damage. Problem is, it just got nuked. I forget that the damage taken doesn't factor in the bounces. Instead, that's like... Or damage dealt doesn't factor in the bounces. That's technically damage dealt from the unit, which is really funny. The victim, I should say. Trying to engage on the high ground. There are going to be some more units where that came from, including Asilians. Softening up a lot of these Hydras. Hamster's still going to dive for it. A lot of very, very wounded Zerg here. Still, is it going to be enough? Oya needs to make magic happen to make us go to Game 3, it seems. Even after all of the success. Hamster should finally get cleaned up here. Well, maybe not. More units bowling over, running across the bridge. The Zealots trying to make things complicated, but Hamster just turns around and focuses down the Draconans. Yeah, making it a little bit more cheeky. Now, again, this base is still mining. So Oya still has play here. He just needs to actually leverage his production. He has good enchantment going on 4 gateways, or 2 gateways and 2 unitaries. Zerg going to start saturating that third base. Hamster massing up outside Oya's third. Let's see what can be done here. Feels like right about now, Oya's looking for a 4th base soon. They both did very, very grievous damage to each other in the early game. Ah, synthetic Synod on the way. Well, 13 Bactylisks are being made by Hamster. Starting to add some beefier frontline options as well. Won't hurt. 1 Hydra guarding against the Scribe. Very good targeting there to kill the Scribe. That was really important from Hamster. Slows down the taking of that top right base. Lakers are going to be in a good setup position here, but they need to do it now. Yep, forcing a disengage out. Pretty cost efficient from both sides. Pretty safe and secure. Look at this. He's even going to cancel that top right base again, but at what cost? Lake is now going to go ahead and deploy. The Scribe is nuked down. The pylon will be next, and Hamster's just going to try to hold on to this position. Actually leaves the pylon there for now. And he's got presence at 9 o'clock as well. So hard for Oya to take a 4th. There's a lot of Asilians, man. There's a lot of them. 9 Asilians have been made. If they get a prolonged amount of time onto those Bactylisks there, good luck. Their 3 armor makes it really hard for the ranged units to make anything happen. Oh, it's an Iziracor. Okay. But once again, he's got to pinch off some units. A Demiurge has been sighted. Empress up next. More and more Asilians. The Profane is where Oya really hangs out. Witness out here as well to provide some detection. Much needed. Looks like this Asilian might not get too far, though. Oh, 1 HP. It does end up going down. Pretty good trade, though, for Oya. He's starting to trade a lot more cost-efficiently as he's filtering in way more armored targets, and there's not nearly enough armor end on the side of Hamster. He's even losing units left, right, and center. The Demiurge providing a little bit of tyranny. And he's going to go ahead and get his Lake is burrowed. All right. Hamster's going to take 6 o'clock. Fourth base going up at 9 for Oya. Both players expanding at similar times. The tech is definitely in favor of the Protoss. Army size, looking fairly even for this particular matchup. A lot of these Lake is getting caught out on the south. This is going to trigger an attack on the other angle. Burrowing right in the middle of nowhere. I don't know about that one. This looks like a pretty bad engagement for the Zerg, and he's still being routed over here where so much of his damage is. Oh, you're not quite engaging into the big stack either, so if we can get a good surround for our Zerg player, Hamster could finish this up 2-0. I feel like we're going to game 3 here unless something magical happens in this fight. Much better setup for Hamster as he's got way more spines now. These Asilians are not going to stay alive. The Witness still providing detection, though. Maybe that's going to allow the Empresses to do something. They can't be approached by the anti-air. Hamster has nothing left. He calls GG. He knows he couldn't handle it, I guess. And that is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves a third match. Talk about a tale of two games. Hamster was controlling the Witnesses left, right, and center in Game 1. In Game 2, he seems to have slipped that particular tactic. So in our upper final, we go to Frosted Forest. We are going to have ourselves a Game 3 after all. I'm pretty surprised about that, man. Pretty good. You know, guys, I have such a hard time telling you all details about stuff that's in the works. But all I'll say is that the biggest you've ever seen is currently checking if he's open for a show match. So that's all I can say about that one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 3 between Hamster and Oya. Place your bets if you so desire, as we have our players. Hamster in the top right. Made a unit and then canceled it. He's going for a 6 pool, guys. Okay. Turquoise Zerg in the top right. Oya in the bottom left, our dark green Protoss. Alexander, welcome to the chat, my friend. I cannot believe what I'm about to see. Gateway from Oya. We have ourselves Smarty Cakes. Big fan, as our match admin. Dude, Smarty Cakes admin so many matches. Usually Jujic is the chief admin. This time it was Smarty, though. God damn, that man put in a shift on Sunday. I appreciate it, doing the Lord's work. We got ourselves a scribe after the gateway. It says 2 gate for Oya. It's a kind of a more macro-oriented 6 pool, it seems like. I know that sounds funny because he hasn't made an extra worker. Well, he's made 2 extra workers, but turn them right into buildings. I wonder if you could 6-pool into Agrolith. Probably not, but you know. Reaction time a little bit slow there on the Scribe is going to slow down his rush. Yeah, he's actually just got to cancel it entirely. Like, cancel the attack onto the Scribe. That could have been pretty free if they were on attack move. Yeah, 3-gate, the Warden, the Legionnaire. This does not look doable for the Zeths. We'll see as they come in, but... Gateway going to be torn down. This is actually really good target selection from Hamster. He recognizes. He's been in this situation so much. Almost kills the Legionnaire outright. Yeah, that's going to be a dead Gateway. That's honestly, that's probably like the best thing he could have hoped for, because the Warden will finish pretty soon. He clears the Legionnaire. Oh, he can get some worker kills, absolutely. Going after the Warden is pretty bold. Now he's going to get drilled on. Could have gotten some worker kills there, I think. Takes 35 seconds for a Warden to make in Cosmonarchy because there's no tech requirement for them, so you can't just be Warden rushing like mad. Trying to catch that wounded worker Scribe. Oh, it's so close to death. I can't believe he's not going to get it. Not even on the way back. Dude's got plot armor. He's nobody. I guess I should say John Wick, but that's not as good. It's not as good of a premise, even, in my opinion. There you go. A couple Zealots sauntering across. Oh, yeah. Wants to stabilize. And make a Rogue Gallery as the follow-up. I think with better Kabbalist control and decision-making, Oya could have ended game 2 really fast. And we'll hold out our hope for a better showing this time around, although Hamster obviously is going to be wise to the shenanigans now. Maybe trying a little bit of a surround on the Zealots. As the third one comes in, though, he knows he can't make it happen. There's more Zeths where that came from. The Vornath is done. Lots of larvae. Hamster's definitely having a good time of it right about now. Lots of Zeths as well. Holy moly. Big army. I wouldn't want to hang around if I were you. There's some Vorvs out already, so he can start to ensnare them. That should basically cement the kill, but he's actually kind of being very lackadaisical with his army movement here, I've noticed. Those Zealots are staying alive for some time, huh, guys? Plenty more where that came from for the Zerg. You can't necessarily stand and fight. Good fighting retreat from Oya, though. He's getting a lot of cost efficiency out of it. This is kind of micro that StarCraft 1 pros are so used to that we don't see as much on our top level. Really cool to see that. Just constantly moving back and forth. Not just, you know, sometimes there's a time to just disengage completely and ignore the enemy, but other times it takes a little bit more effort. There were no Kabbalists as far as I know, right? We do not have one that slipped the net. Slipped under my nose. Frustration stage. Rogue Gallery. Vagrant and the Zealots trying to hold down the fort. Well, that Rogue Gallery will end up going down. So that's a little bit unfortunate, but at least he got the tier 3 timing, right? One base prostration stage. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Obviously, we have the Hydra Thin coming up, and, well, another attack coming in for Hamster. Pure Zeth, and a couple of Vorvs, I guess, but gonna go ahead and reduce the likelihood of a Oya natural anytime soon. Oh, he got the ensnare onto the Vagrant. It's so low now. Well, unlikely to get got, but a lot of extra damage dealt to these frontline units as well. Hamster thinking about maybe a drop. I don't know. I don't think you can drop here because, I mean, I guess you can probably sow some division and chaos. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more possible it is. It just feels like when you're on one base, it's super easy to defend. You have some like such little surface area. So if it was going to be a quasi-drop, then I don't know. I don't know. Nexus on the way for more Protoss player, Sir Oya from Sweden. StarCraft 1 Pro at one point considered, I think, top 4 in Europe. So pretty high accolades, and we're kind of seeing why. I mean, playing very nicely in Cosmonarchy. Glad that he enjoys it so much. Matrixes. And that Nexus. We have lots of orbs. We have a pair of Naths. Probably to hunt for artisans, but there's no embassy. Instead, the Pariah is here. And you know what this does, by the way? The fact that he's got the tier 3 but no tier 2, it doesn't matter. He can't make another tier 3 structure, but he can make tier 4. He can go straight to Ancestral Archives or Synthetic Synod as he did in Game 2. That could be a really big move. Could absolutely see that in action. Now, of course, checking 6 o'clock out. They might turn into calcs later, but I don't see the lake yet. In fact, Hamster hasn't really teched up much at all right now. His Zeth scouts out, sees that there is indeed a Pariah, also a Sycophant, both tells of the tier 3. He's going to dive in for a rescout. You'll see that there's not really that much tech. Right about now, though, I'm looking at this army and I'm thinking that I don't see where Hamster's reaction to the Pariah is. Particularly if the Sycophant stays alive for a while. Just constantly acting as like a mobile shield battery to the thing. Not so many Hydras, but 5 more are being made. That will help punch through the armor. Yeah, I guess with some Vorvin Snare onto the Pariah, we could still see him punch it. But I don't know how good the engagement's going to be. Oh, yeah. Has a couple of Ecclesiasts here for shield sustain, plus the Sycophant itself, which deals a little bit of melee splash. A lot of durability on that thing. Focuses onto the Pariah, understandably so with all the crowd control it provides. But now it's just enchanting the attack speed of the rest of the army. Still, a tidal wave of Zerg descending upon Oya's forces. Only a dozen Protoss units left on the other side of the map. 2 more reinforcements. Tuck tail early. Another Pariah on the way. Is that the only one, actually? Yeah, he only had the one earlier. Never made another. Bit of a bank here for our Protoss. He definitely is thinking about another tech structure. Could be a Synthetic Synod. Just needs a little bit more Vespene. That's what he's going to do. Hamster wants to end this with exactly the tech that he has now. Despite his own bit of bank. Catches the army still cloistered around this natural choke point, and there it is. The Synthetic Synod on the way. Something that Oya has been stretching into in a way that no other Zergs really are. Got a big Zeth drop with 2 Vorvs attached. That's going to be a very interesting 16 Zeth, 2 Vorv drop into the main base here at the extremities, the perimeter. Tapping the Sedent will help out a little bit with that vision, but it's going to be some time before it's ready. I think the drop is going to hit sooner. The Nathracors did their job on the scouting report. And Hamster's going to mass up for a counterpunch into the main base. This is set up very nicely. The only little fly in the ointment here is that Oya's going to be moving out to try to get his 9 o'clock. This is going to make the drop a little bit better. Oh my god, the Pariah is almost dead already. Maybe it's not going to work out very well for a Protoss after all. Needs to unload that other Ovala. This is the second time it's happened in this series. The extra one didn't quite work out. He's going after the prostration stage now. I'm questioning the target decision, but he will make it happen before the Pariah. Look, the rest of his ground army not engaging, though. He could have made lots of lemons. Well, I guess lemonade. Now he'll do the attack, perhaps. Probably he wants to maybe just bop this third base that's developing at the 9 o'clock position. Both players expanding in unison with each other. Synthetic Synod is completed. We have the Empress on the way. Drops are once again at the perimeter of the base. Ardent Authority on the way for Oya, and only now is he aware that the Zeth Vorv combo is now going to target his Sedent. The army is still in this position. This should be the dive. This should be where Hamster pulls the trigger, but he's not. He's not focused enough on what all is happening here. Now he's going to dive in. If he can pop the Nexus here, he can be feeling pretty good about himself. Remember, he has a lot of larvae back at home. He doesn't really need to hang on to this army, but he is going to fall away with just leaving a few pocketed units to clear out the workers. Not as a cataclysmic of a casualty for Oya. He loses the Pariah, though. That's going to make it a lot harder for him to engage at the bigger army later. Not as devastating of an assault as we thought, but Hamster is up by almost 30 workers. So that's also something to watch out for here. Where is the larva? Actually, I said earlier he's got a lot of larva production. I may have over-egged the pudding on that one. I would have thought he had 2 or 3 more hatches at least, each one of them providing 14-second long larva timer. So every 14 seconds you get another larva, be it a larvosk, which are more from the Kagrin, or indeed the hatch itself. Thinking about maybe taking an extra base, that will be preempted by Oya's map movement, heading over towards the 12 o'clock. We so rarely see Frosted Forest develop in this way. He's... What? Why did he do that? I'm so confused. Well, he's got to have to scramble to defend his extra base, and it doesn't really look like he's going to be able to. Making some Lakes. Has Oya outpositioned him? I mean, where even is the firepower that can deal with this? I guess he's got a lot of Hydras. Oya can stay roving. He's actually going to try to engage here. The Lakes are out, so this feels like it will be better for Hamster than Oya gives him credit for, but the Sycophants provide a lot of extra shields to themselves, and the Empress is just completely uncontested right now. Oh, he got right on top of them. The Lakes are just going to get nuked. Driven back, he's got 2 more where that came from. More hatching at the same time. The Hydra count has been reduced. He needs those spines to make short work of these zealots. Otherwise, this is going to be a last-ditch effort that's just going to work out fine. Oya continuing to try to bring the hammer down. Has he overstepped? He doesn't have any more front line. If he wants to reveal those Lakes, he has to do it with cold, hard bodies. Only one of them left burrowed, but many more hatched from there. 2 in the back. We got Zephyrcores coming out, but there's not much crowd control anymore, and the front line is gone. Still, he stepped on multiple bases, forcing a cancel at 12 and a destruction at the proper third. We've got that sort of 10 o'clock base, if you will. Upper 9, lower 9, whatever you want to call that. Oya taking his 4th base. He's got his Acantors coming. He's been making steady Empress production. Well, he unburrows one of them and starts to make a ninja base at 12. And just about now, Oya has a significant economic advantage. He can subtract 11 workers from the tally, as Hamster has, well, I guess 10 now, as he's burrowed all of those over at 12 o'clock. Avaleth's kind of occupying the space in the bottom right. Maybe they can threaten a drop later on. Adding Lattice at this stage. Oya might want to go into Golem production. That's not a bad idea, given what they provide on the front line. And specifically if you get a lot of them versus like Lakes or any bounce attacks like the Iziricores that are starting to filter in, you can have a lot of value there. Now, Hamster has not made his Calcure Lake, so all of these Nathicores are just here to try to take down the Empresses. Let's see how good they are at it. It does feel like they'll be able to eat one of them, but look, they're chaining together. No, they're using them against each other. Oh, it wasn't quite enough Naths. And the Lakes are able to still help clear out the ground army, but now there's an Acantor here, and that's going to really complicate the math. Sure, you might have been able to clear out the ground army, but you lost everything in the skies. Yeah, this is not going to be very cost efficient for Hamster, and really right now, not an enviable position for the Zerg, but he does need cost efficiency. This base is starting to mine. He's got reasonable saturation. He's going to start capping the ridges as well. Zombified Rillarocores are not what I thought I would see today, but they are indeed coming out the walls. Witnesses have arrived, finally. Hamster won't be able to get away with pure Lakes, and he has no detection of his own. Like, his Avaleths are down here, but they're not going to be with the fight. He's only got the 2 Vorvs that he can use as a rescout later on, but do you even need to scout at this point? Golems are indeed coming out from those 2 lattices. Clearly, Oya could afford more. We'll see if he bothers for it. He's got 8 Nathicores. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see much of a way out here. Like, Hamster doesn't have much of a standing army. He has been allowed to establish these bases. Maybe he can use them to come back, but even then, he's only on even income once they're saturated, with Oya on 4 base. Cycling back and forth. Many more where that came from on the Nathrakor salvos. Feels like they need to engage them when the Empresses are trying to deal with something else. At the very least, you can say that they... Oh, no. Well, maybe this is actually enough. Hold on. Yeah, he's actually able to nuke 3 Empresses immediately. That's good play. Keeps a lot of those alive. Well, maybe less than I thought. Still 2 Empresses where that came from. Does Hamster want to reinvest? He's still on tier 1. Hasn't been able to leverage any of those bases for long enough to really start getting that extra Vespene. You can see him starting to saturate now. 12 o'clock completely uncontested right about now. You never see these gas-only bases being taken, but it could be a cute option later on. Dead even on workers. Now tier 2 begins with those extra Vespene from the saturations that he's achieved. Capping the ridge that's pretty far away. Need 3 workers minimum for that one. Cycling back and forth. We got the Zorius at 8 strong in the production tab. We got 4 Lakes coming for that burrowed attacker option. Anybody joining us from other Starcraft games, don't worry about the names too much. I'll try to filter in their original names a bit better, like a Cantor is Reaver, and Lakizalisk is Lurker, and Zethakor is Zergling, and so on and so forth. But we got a lot of units like the Zorius that are completely different. Empress, completely new. Golem, same as well. Drakadin is the new Dragoon. Alright, Hamster trying to be scary over here. Maybe muscle him down. There's a lot of static defense over, including some shield sustain towers like the Matrix. We have plenty of detection here. The Lakes might not have as much power as they normally do. Positrons have arrived as well to try to thin the herd, and can you ever get through the Golems? Especially without those Lakes off to the side. The Nath stack has arrived to try to erase the Empresses. At best, they'll get 2, and an Architect is here as well to outrange everything. The Golems are being focused down, finally able to get got, but look at the rest of the ground army. It seems pretty powerful here. Admittedly, the Lake is helping quite a bit more than I thought in the back of that fight. The Empresses are here. The Architect is still slamming out. Hamster has 8 more Hydras on the way. His hatch is just a lot of Hydras. I mean, he has no more technical units here for his army. No more Zorius for the front line. And while he did do a lot of damage to the front line of, oh yeah, the Demiurge is out now, we're talking about plenty more units where that came from on the technical side. He's made 2 forward Ancestral Archives, and he's making an Uptecton to send across the map. The one unit that was left over from that drop, displaced by the Nexus placement as a 5th base, is finally coming for one of our players. It is Oya, seemingly destined for the grand final. Guys, this is just the upper final. We got 3 more best of 3s after this that we're going to have to get through, and these 2 refuse to capitulate. Zerg tier 2 is complete, but what does he even want to make with it? The Matraval Nest is only tech node. Unlikely to be able to upgrade them. 7 Convolisks, that's going to be his attempt. Oh yeah, kind of cycling his army through. As his static defense comes online there. A lost Hydra in the middle of the map. Protoss feeling confident enough to go on Zerg's side. Iroleth is here to steal away that Khaz'trith. Some Zealots. Yeah, the run-by headed for 12 o'clock. Protoss army in full force, moving in towards the natural, forcing Hamster into an impossible decision. The Zealots even fall back, knowing that they're going to go ahead and pressure at the same time as they see the army cycling back over towards this mound in the middle. Oh yeah. Cycling away. Scorchriths on the way. Those are the upgraded circuits, or Sunkens, if you will. Spine crawlers, if you're from StarCraft 2. Going to defend 12 o'clock, and the Khaz'trith is important, but it's so easily knocked down. Yeah, has to scoop it up immediately. The Uptecton would have made short work of it. That Artillery Strider in the back, supported by Architects, buttressed by Demiurges. There's absolutely nothing here, it feels like, for Hamster to break through. He's done the front line just fine, but the Demiurges are making it impossible to dive. You can't get past them. You're just going to become worshippers. There's so many Uptecton volleys salvoing down so many Zerg. At the very least, I think some of the bounce damage took out the witnesses. Both armies have to regroup a little bit. There's more where that came from. A bunch of stolen Zetricores by Oya are off to the side. That's very funny. Maybe thinking about top left, but there is a Hydro, barring that from being a serious option. He'll send a couple of units over there. Try to deal with it. Hamster is going to get his Convolusks involved now. It didn't feel like he even had them in the last fight. Surely he had, because he made 7 of them way earlier, but down to a little bit less then. Sieging this position, it's going to be pretty difficult for Hamster to do much. I guess he can try to wrap around. Hold on! Oya's Uptectons are very vulnerable right now. A couple of these units are stuck in the middle of the map, not quite able to path around. They're going to need to cycle around the hard way. The Cantor is going to be overwhelmed very quickly. The Demiurge isn't that far away. It can scramble to the front line, but that Uptecton is as good as dead. The Khazitras can't be unloaded. Okay, there it is. But it's only affecting the left flank. And there's static defense over there on the other side. All of the Zerg army busy with the south. Are they going to be able to overwhelm these forces up here in the top? This is a very tight fight. Hamster has 30 Hydralisks in production and nothing else. Monocomping on the reinforcement. He might still be able to overwhelm the Demiurge position. One of them is about to pop. The reinforcements are only technical units left. There's Lakis guarding against any further pushes. The Demiurge and Empress are eventually going to fall. Hamster survives again. And we go again. It'll be 6 o'clock as base number 6 for Oya. Hamster still on 4 bases. His cost efficiency may start to dry up soon. We don't have any detection here. Those Lakis are going to be quite at large. A Cantor and Uptecton can help deal with them before. Oh my god, there's so many. 4 Uptectons here. Forget about that Cantor that just went down. The splash damage is obscene. And Oya's starting to add Vibrances as well, which are only going to help out. That one Uptecton pretty close to dying to the Lakis, but not going to really matter as the Khazitras ends up getting nuked down. Oya can take top left anytime he wants as well. He can have more bases. He knows that there's no extra expansions for the Zerg. And this time around, I feel like he's hit that critical mass of backline that he needs. Hamster calling hash. It's probably, I mean, if the replay is here, it's witness hash, so we can disregard it. Oya gonna move over towards 12 o'clock. Hamster King Roach. I hate Uptectons. I hate him. You and Sir, what do you call it? You and Sir Dog, Shopkeeper Dog. They're gonna go last fight. I don't know what the admin call was on that. Yeah, it's only Protathalor's left, man. He's got Lakis, but clearly Oya has overcome him. It's over 9,000! And I feel like this is just exactly what the doctor ordered. A couple of these Archons, if they even die, which is not exactly a guarantee. Oh my god, dude. My Zeths. GG, well played, he says. And that is a wrap. Oya moves on to the grand final, and Hamster falls to the lower bracket. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed, man. That was a very interesting matchup. I, at one point, saw Hamster almost dwarfing the worker count of Oya, almost having double. And it wasn't even close at the end of the day. Much better economy from the Protoss. And still, Hamster fought pretty well. Kind of wild. Unkillable Archons. Unsmiley face. I will not remove Toss. They're too good. Oh yeah. Wins that match. That's pretty awesome. What's up, Bender? Buff Ogun? Yeah, you're right. I should. I feel like that's not true, but you know, that's all right. People do pretty fucked up stuff in Cosmonarchy. Okay, we're going to be starting off with Ziki versus Arbus Budes here momentarily. Vendor was asking, what is hash? So there's a rare chance for, in a 1v1 at least, it's a bit more common in team games, although it's been improved lately. There have been team games that have finished, even 3v3s that have finished without issue, so that's pretty funny. Basically what will happen is that the game will desync for one client. We're still tracking down all the cases for it. Made a lot of progress lately, but there's probably a bunch of different things that are actually causing it. Bottom line is, if that error appears, you got to like watch the error output to tell you who's desynced from you. And if it's the other player that you're fighting in a 1v1, then they basically don't have, they're going to be playing and seeing a different reality. When it comes to like most games, it's usually the witness. So I don't really worry too much about it. The witness is the observer. It's usually the match admin in this case. So I think that's probably what happened because I saw Hamster was still making units. And for Zerg, they just stop using their larva if they're desynced. And so I actually think the players were at a fine position. But Oya was about to push for the win anyway. So even if it was that case, it didn't really matter here. But that's the explanation. All right, guys. Gamba is up. This is game one between Ziki and Arbus Budes. We are in our best of three phase. Loser goes home here, so to speak. They're all home. It's a remote. We don't have Cosmonarchy lands yet, okay? Maybe one day, and probably definitely one day, knowing me. But Arbus Budes, up here in the top left, has been a real homie G. He is our Zerg, and I have no idea what color this is. Is this electric orange? Mango Zerg. That's pretty yummy. Ziki in the bottom right is our Cordovan. Again, Cordovan Zerg. Well, welcome back, Wolfma. Just in time for ZVZ. Hope you enjoyed your pressure washer. Both players going for a Hydrith opener. That's pretty interesting. Novel, even. I do wonder, though, what this means for the rest of the bunch. Because when it comes down to a Hydrith start, things are going to be looking a bit weird in ZVZ. Normally, you've got a ton of units, not as many workers. And this time around, I feel like they're both trying to play a little bit more on the side of the economy. Arbus plays Zerg now. Yeah, sometimes he moonlights as a Zerg. I think he might be waiting for better Protosses to show the way. Or something. I don't know. Maybe sometimes he just felt like playing Zerg. I didn't ask him why he did it. He's in the chat still, I think. Yeah. So Ziki likes to open Hydrith no matter what. But ZVP... We had Ziki open Hydrith, we had Arbus open Pool, and we had Hamster open a mix. So that's what I've noticed so far. Man, this means that we're queued up for another ZVZ because no matter who wins here, you're going to be playing Zerg against Hamster in the lower final. And then just for the possibility of facing off against Oya in the grand final, facing another race, you're going to have to conquer 2 ZVZs, so that's pretty interesting. I guess, in theory, Hamster could win, but talk about that when it comes to it. Ziki moving across with his Aziracors. Unlikely to make much happen here. The Hydras are going to be a little bit too powerful at breaking down the army. The armor. I find Zerg more fun to play again. There you go. Arbus probably thinking about an expansion soon. His Obeleth is moving across. Got a lot of money in the bank, and there it is. Hatch on the way. Theoretically, Ziki's going to do the same. His Droleth decided to investigate this little pixel there. And then said, never mind, I'm being pressured. Feels like theoretically you could fit a macro hatch earlier on into a build if you're worried about that kind of pressure. You have a little bit more larva a little bit sooner and safer than Larvosks when the inevitable death drop occurs later on in the game. It's actually a Shroud follow-up from Arbus, though. Here comes the Ovaleth. There's nothing in it, but will it force Ziki to recall his army? Oh, wait. He might not have even seen that. Probably Gilded Lily here. Because if Arbus had shown it a little bit earlier, then maybe he would have forced the army back. And now, instead, Ziki's going to try to pressure on the front. Well, he's doing a lot of damage to the army of Arbus. His Shroud is almost done, but he's got no military in production. He does have 4 Hydras waiting. Wasn't quite able to do much damage back to the army of Ziki. Now we can see maybe he can do some. Good micro on the second round of Hydras. Zoryustaleth's on the way for Arbus is an interesting choice. It makes sense. It just feels like you might be a little bit worried there. At least the hatch is holding. It's Ziki to go for some more workers later. Here comes the attack. Ziki not holding anything back. Focusing down on the Hydras is a good move. He's going to actually cycle his up to see if he can put any damage dealt to that lake is. Pretty good targeting there, but wasn't quite able to finish the job, and so it looks like this will be an easy Arbus hold. Some more Iziricors coming up, but they don't really offer much damage. And that other Hydra was cleaned up pretty quickly, so Ziki doesn't get any eco damage either. His own Shroud is on the way. I think the fact that the Zoryus were able to spawn before the counterattack came, the second attack from Ziki, does make it a lot harder to hold that situation. Yeah, the new Zerg models are super good, BDB. Oh, Dog wanted it to be a last-minute sign-up, apparently. He woke up 1 hour late, because for him it's 9 a.m., so when it starts. I think then we would have had a Terran in the top 4, Shop Dog. Just saying. Macro hatch for Arbus. Padding that production in a safer way. Less gas-intensive way. Save his Vespene for Lakes or something else later, like a tech node progression. Honestly, wouldn't hate a fast Ulgorg from Arbus. Avaleth not likely to scout the main base at this rate. Yeah, there it goes. He knows nothing is in it, at least. Ziki would have seen a corpse explode from whatever was being transported inside. 4 Zoryus for him. And a single Lakes, Lurker equivalent. Oh, look at that! Fast Ulgorg. Well, I did say I wouldn't hate it, and indeed, I do not hate it. In fact, I quite like it. Great saturation in the minerals. Could be getting a bit more Vespene. He's probably just going to go ahead and cap the ridges, though, if I had to speculate. Single Iziricor. Earmarked for the bottom right third, but that's not where Ziki is intending to take it. He wants the safer 6 o'clock high ground instead of the double gas base on the low ground. Which I respect. I think there's a lot to that. Indeed, the ridges are being capped in Arbus as natural. 3 Iziricor drop is a go. There's a Circuit here, but it doesn't necessarily help. Unfortunately, the Ovolith doesn't stick around. A burrow would be fine here. Arbus not quite realizing that. If he burrowed, there was really nothing that the Iziricors could have done. Instead, he gets drilled on. A lot of lost workers. And a little bit of lost mining time. He's actually scooping up some more, funnily enough. Zorius takes up a lot more power. Third base likely to be canceled here. Ziki controlling the ground outside. Oh, he's not even going to cancel it. A little bit of a late reaction time. His Lakers is going to get bounced on, though. That's not great for Ziki. Going to drop these units off in here. Oh! The Zorius is a great move here, man. I just realized how good that actually is. You know, you target that with the circuit, and suddenly you got Rillarokor spawning in here. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and Doom Drop, it looks like. Or Elevator, slow Elevator. He'll go with this. That's fine. He can burst down the circuit. I'd just kill the Larvos. Almost immediate evacuation. The third base under duress again. Arbus, where's your reaction time? Where is your focus? Oh! That's a dirty tactic. That's what I think it was. Ziki using his Ovolith to block easy clicking on the hatch. Like you box select, I think it might still give it to you, but that's pretty bad. And now Arbus is going to try to chase with his Ultra Cores. He can still take a very, very good fight here. He has the superior tech actuated, but there's still a lot of threats at large in his base. And he's got an oversaturated natural and nothing going on in main. Meanwhile, the third base is looking pretty solid for Ziki. Could have way more mineral workers, but he's got the Vespene coming. Anti-drop defense, his own Ulgorg is coming, his own Ultra Core is coming. It's Ultra Core versus Ultra Core. I don't know who's going to win who, but we're going to go ahead and select the ones for Ziki. Finally, one of them is going to go ahead and pop. There's a little bit of heckling over here at the same time, though, from the counterattack. Not sure Arbus can hold back behind that. He's got 1,000 minerals in the bank. He's just not cleaning this up fast enough. Look, another Ultra Core joins the fray. And there's a couple of dead workers over here from a Lakers drop, but, I mean, there's nothing going on here in the main base. And now it does feel like Ziki's reinforcements are finally going to pop the last Ultra Core for Arbus. The lifesteal on this thing is too powerful when you don't have one of your own. Only the last little ditch effort from the Rillarokor is enough to rend the armor. The one lake has provided a lot of value here, almost 2,000 damage dealt. But you still can't deal anything with... Look at this, the Ulgorg is slowly being brought down. That's a very expensive structure to lose. Only a couple of units left over here for Arbus. Remember, he's got a lot of money. He just hasn't focused on killing the rest of the... Yeah, he never does it. He sees what's up. He never cleaned that up, and that's it. Ziki moves on forward. A 1-0 start. Wolfmaw was asking what the Hulk puppies were. If you're talking about the Zorius, it used to look very different. And now it looks very different. Much better. Much improved, shall we? All right, we are going to be having to do a little bit of a different move here. We're going to have to watch Ziki, his stream POV for Game 2. If there is a Game 3 for us to cast, the replay was provided, so I'm just kind of assuming there is, but to be honest, you never know. Let's see what we can see. Okay, it looks like the lineup on the overlay is good enough here, so we shouldn't have any issues there. Let's go ahead and hop out here. Alrighty. All right, guys. We're going to be casting game 2 between these two, so I'm going to go ahead and set the Gamba up. Looks like the replay didn't survive, so that's why we have to watch from a limited POV. As you can see here, we have Ziki in the top left. I'm going to go ahead and guess based on this color. He is Zinwaldite brown, but I can't actually know that. And his opponent is going to be Arbus Budes, who selected Near Impact for game 2. He is in the bottom right corner, and we will not be able to see his perspective. In case anybody is wondering, this is one of the reasons why I recommend that match admins record their own POV of their observing of the game. And then, you can get helpful comments like me complaining about your observing when I'm watching the video. But then I can at least see what's going on elsewhere on the map. Nonetheless, this is a situation that happens every now and then. If the replays don't work, then there's some very specific situations that can happen where the replays break. And if they don't work, then they don't work. And this is what we got to do instead. So what we're going to do here is we are going to wait for seeing what Arbus is up to. But we do see that it's a pool into Larvosk. So this is already a different style than what we typically see Ziki make happen. We also get to watch his APM and his focus. It feels like it's sometimes a pretty nice thing to do. Asking the extra worker onto the ridge. He wants that second Larvosk very quickly. And his Zeths are on the way. If Arbus goes for Iziricors after his Hydrith opener, assuming he does the same thing, well, that's a pretty good option there, in my opinion. A bit early on the second K-Grimp, but that's alright. He can just queue up that Larvosk anytime he wants to. Or maybe the issue is he took off the Ridge Geyser a little bit too fast. Good correction on the Zeths. He's now going to swing into the main base. And it is actually pool from both players, but there's Quaz for Arbus. So a lot harder for Zeths alone to make things happen. You can see him trying to get a bead on how many Quaz there are. And yeah, Wolfmaw, we've been making steady improvements to the... we've been making steady improvements to the game as far as the models are concerned. And just in general, I would argue. Balance, design, content availability. Arbus is not very quick on the draw with that Zeth, so it dies earlier than maybe it needed to. But it scouts double Larvosk, which is a pretty good indicator of what is to come. Now, the Vornath also tells us a bit more about what we're about to experience here, which is probably going to eventually transition into Lyrillus Calc. But until then, we're at least going to see some Vorvs. And there's a lot of Quaz. A lot of Quaz, in fact. 16 Quaz. If you get 4 Vorvs in front, you can do a lot of damage here on the tanking department. It's actually going to move in to see whether or not there's an expansion coming. We see that there isn't. He's going to take a more advanced position. Oh, is he going to just go for the attack? Looks like the answer is yes. He wants to try to ball up the ramp. He does have the superior Quaz count. But I'm assuming there's more units coming for Arbus, who appears to be our yellow Zerg player. And losing the Larvosk is pretty bad. He's got something else gestating. It's going to be that 3 Lake is to try to defend. And he should be able to hold indeed. Though he might bleed out a lot of the Quaz here. Ziki being very efficient and straight to the Calcure Lake. Exactly what he wants. I saw a Jujic tile, by the way. I've never seen that Jujic tile before. Wants his own Shroud behind this. Just needs a little bit more Vespene. Looks like Hill is actually going to stall that one out a little bit. I love him picking the Rillero course. It's very particular. He knows exactly what he can do. That's right, Biddy B. Finally a Jujic tile. We're getting on to about 5 minutes in game time. There's something blocking the timer, but I can still make out the numbers for you guys. Not a lot of units to defend these Lake is. Is there actually going to be a full collapse onto this? That's pretty surprising. He will lose a Lake is. That's really not ideal. However, the consistent attack here is definitely a mistake from Ziki, overstepping his bounds in a big way. He's got his Nathrakors. He needs to turn them into calcs ASAP. Doesn't have a lot of units here. Might have just wanted to get his free Lakes and go from there. The Quas are the only anti-air here, and you can tell that Ziki's a bit nervous about that. He wants to pop them before anything else happens. Well, this is going to get a lot harder now for Arbus to do any pressure. I'm assuming he's got a natural behind this. Finally, the Zorius should be peppered down. A lot of Vorvikors are on the way. Or no, I think those might actually be Lyralisks now. I forget. Yeah, those are. No, never mind. I was wrong. Wrong twice. Right once, wrong twice. Not wrong about the colors, though. I can promise you that. Zinwaldite brown and yellow, just classic yellow. Good worker transfer here from Ziki, trying to make sure he's keeping efficient. His Vorvs are already stretching across. They see that there's some Zorius. Not bothering to check for a third, but I think that's the right idea. Don't really need to. Spraith's likely on the way here for Arbus, but has he gotten there in time? That's the question. Ulgorg is going to be the choice, yeah. Going to take a while before it ends up getting peppered down. Arbus has this bad habit of pulling anti-ground units away from the front. It doesn't look like he engaged in that this time to try to defend that. Instead, just going for a couple of Quas, which the Calcs can deal with. Ziki pulls back. Retargets onto the Shroud. Takes a while for the Calcs to break that down, but at the very least, when the Ulgorg does finish, he's not going to be... it's not like he's going to be doing less damage to it. It's the same amount of damage. Can pop that Kagrant pretty soon. His own Ulgorg now on the way. Still using these Calculisks just to pepper down these Quas from the range. This is kind of the problem, right? If you don't have the like Hydras, try to break them down, or if you don't have Spraiths to just outrange them, the Calculisks can be pretty annoying. Just imagine if he had way more, he could start really throwing the bringing the pain. Throwing a spanner into the works. Couple Zorius. Just one Zorius queued up there. More Kagrants at the front. Now he's going to see what he can do with the Calcs and the natural, but great Spraith placement. Makes it pretty hard. 3 Zeth, 3 Vorv. I don't know if that's the drop you want, but he might go for the perimeter of Arbus' main base here. Waiting for that Ulgorg to finish. There it is. Now he can start making some Ultra Cores. It's probably got a bit of a superior economy. You can try to pepper down the Ultra Cores with the Calcs, but it's that's a Sisyphean task for sure, especially if they're attacking units actively to get that lifesteal. Now, the move out is an interesting choice here from Arbus. He hasn't really stopped the bleeding here from the Calcs. He might just think, oh, well, it doesn't really matter that much because they can't attack me, but the drop is going to come in and make him feel a bit silly for saying that. You can see the Calc still dogging the army, but if the drop comes in and clears the Spraiths, the Calculisks can do so much more work. They end up desyncing from Weekendwage here, yeah. So no worries there. That's what that hash is. That's what we were talking about earlier as well with the commentary about the desync in the Frosted Forest game. Basically the same thing that happened here. It's just the OBS is desynced. Now, Calculisks are doing their best to stabilize in this position. The big drop is really what's providing a lot of value here. Ziki might be able to just clean up. I don't think it's over. Yeah, Gorgakors have come out, so immediately goes back to the base, starts setting up some anti-air of his own. And he's not going to be able to break down the Ulgorg, so pretty solid there. He makes some of his own. Just like, yeah, I forgot about that unit. He's got a third base up. He's got a lot of economic damage there. Well, maybe not a lot, but he's done enough. I think he's got a superior composition here. Yeah, you can't really break Ultra Core with Gorga Core. They don't do enough damage compared to the heavy armor and the lifesteal. And so the rest of the army is just kind of collapsing. The Calculusks are actually going to be the momentary focus anyway. There's a Lakis that's burrowed there that Ziki wants to fight as soon as he discovers it. A lot of Azorius on the way. He's made his own Gorga cores. I guess his anti-air to Gorg is going to be to make Gorg. That's really funny as an answer. Adding things to control groups here. Arbus sticking with it in the game. If those Gorga cores end up going... Yeah, okay. This is where we find out what Wheat already said to me, is that they desynced from the witness. It's fine. Don't worry. I saw it, Ziki. You're fine. Queuing up a lot of Ultra Cores, making sure he's got the Gorgs as well. This should be a nice spot for Ziki to be in. But there's still play for Arbus. He could expand towards one third base or another. He knows that his opponent has a third, so that's going to be a not really win condition for Arbus, but a stay in the game condition for him, is to be able to expand. A lot of Quas coming out. Ultra Cores still being made. Could go for Lyrilusks. Yeah, there you go. They're not bad versus the Gorga Cores. They take a little bit of extra time to finish them off, but if they're stacked up, that's going to be some splash damage. Now, by the way, the Quas themselves aren't going to really focus much into the fight. There is an Ovaleth with Ziki's army. I don't think there's a lot of anti-air on the side of Arbus here. He certainly doesn't have any splash damage, that's for sure. Focusing down his own Gorgs onto the enemy. He knows his front line can stay alive long enough. Now, this is a really long fight here for the ZVZ standards. The Gorga Cores are starting to chow down now that they're free of air targets. And yeah, Arbus doesn't have anything behind it, unlike Ziki, who had more combat units hatching. Just like that, we have ourselves Ziki moving forward. Not how I thought I'd be watching that game, but it does kind of go to show you Calculus play, constant micro, really solid stuff there from our man, our homie, our Ziki. And just like that, we only have 2 more series left to cast. We're talking about Ziki moving on to face Hamster in a ZVZ set. Winner of this will face off against none other than Oya. I'll go ahead and get an overlay ready. All right, prediction has begun, and we are in the bottom left here. I'm just going to make sure to fix up my audio. Yeah, it should be all good now. Here we go. Ziki in the bottom left is our Cordovan again. Cordovan Zerg. In the top right, we have Hamster, the turquoise Zerg. And it is Serenity, Hamster's map pick. Ziki will pick map 2. If we need a third map, it will be Hamster, as he is the top seed for this series. And he'll be going Hydrith opener. Is he actually... Yeah, he's doing the Izira core opener. You can tell because of the lack of gas. You need the gas for the Larvosk follow-up. Ziki's going to be harvesting a little bit of extra here as a demonstration, helpfully. They're both going to go Hydrith, but the 4 Izira core timing, I mean, Izira cores take so long to kill other Izira cores that it doesn't really feel like it's a good move. To me. To me, at least. So, we're going to keep that in mind here as we open up map number 1. See what maybe Ziki is thinking about for map number 2. Hamster, he picks Serenity, and he rushes the 4 Izira core play. That's what he does. He's doing that all the time. That's his move. And you can see he queues up a Droleth here. But he will cancel that to make the extra larva from the... There it is. And there it is. Just popped out just in time. So, showing us how it's done. And yes, the white lines indicate the rally. You can have them from eggs, which are... They're gray if they're just inherited from the hatch, and they're white if they're manually set and different from the hatch. So, Ziki has it configured to show all the time. I only configured it to show when I hold the Alt key. Yeah, the super larva trick. Yeah, that was kind of outrageous. I'm glad that I caught that. Shout out Jujic that one time. So, I mean, there's the same amount of Izira cores on the other side, except Hamster has less economy than Ziki does. He's going to try to make it happen anyway. Micro actually kind of counterbalancing this in favor of our StarCraft 1 Pro. I can't believe, look at how many more Izira cores he's making too. That's kind of wild. What is Hamster even going to do? Like, he's got his 4 Izira cores, many of them wounded. There's like 8 of them for Ziki. He's going to have so many. He's going to have 11 Izira cores. Dude, Ziki could just walk across the map and win, surely, right? Like, what can Hamster even do in response? It's a dog-eat-dog world out here. Well, I think this tournament has shown that Hamster and his 4 Izira core rush is a bit underwhelming, guys. Is a bit maybe half-baked. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Hi. Bye. Oh my god. What's up? Got any workers? Before the first one even falls, GG is called. Oh my god, dude. That is the fastest somebody has ever lost after 4 Izira cores I've ever seen. Wow. That was, okay. Well, Hamster starting off this series down 0-1 just by default. And Ziki is going to pick Crisis Vector going into our next map. Okay, I mean, at that point, you just know. I can't be doing that again. So let's get into game number 2. We have, in the top left, Hamster. Midnight Green Zerg. Looks to be going for another Hydrith opener, but Ziki in the bottom right. Same sort of deal. He is our... I think this is... I actually don't know what color this is. Because my gut was going to say, like, dark lavender or Japanese violet. I guess it's Japanese violet? Oh, it's redwood. Dude, this color, I have not seen this color in so long. Hell yeah, brother. Redwood. You can see that color in the Hydra Refurbished map, VZ01. I guess also probably VZ02 by that logic, since it's one of the player colors. It's going to be a pool opener for our Hamster, actually. He's regressed to the mean, and Ziki is going to stick to the Hydrith Den. It was cool that we saw Ziki try pool opening versus Arbus. I thought that worked out pretty well. Feels like Crisis Vector has been a common pick for these pro players. I wonder why they like it so much. Guess it's just a well-designed map. I mean, what more can you say? Shout out Jujic. Plus, it's fun to play inside an installation, right, guys? Three Izira cores coming for Ziki. We've got pool units out for Hamster. His Ether cores are also going to reveal that it's an Izira core based move out, so I think he'll be fine. Ziki's clearly played this a bit more on the economic side as opposed to the rush side. Three health. That's 3. Where did he go? Sniff him out, dog. Oh, never mind. Oh, pretty close to killing that Droleth. He doesn't really have that many claws, but I guess 4 more pairs are about to hatch, so he'll be fine. I would have done it. Yeah, I think Ziki's like, yeah, I can do that. Extra reinforcements should be enough though. So he was kind of baited, but maybe if he went full bore at the start, he could have done something there. That would have been pretty cheeky. By the way, guys, did you ever see that the same top model of the Overlord, and I'm using that term because it's the Starcraft 1 model. We'll have our own custom Obeleth model later. But this right here, it's the same thing. Just has less player color and more Zerg color. But I blew your mind. But you never noticed that detail. Expansion coming for our Zerg players. It's already done here for Ziki, but Hamster's going to go ahead and put it down. Already got his Ridge Cap and his Shroud on the way. No such tech progression for Ziki, sticking it out on the den right now. He's got 6 Izira cores. Honestly, that first game gave me so many chuckles. I'm going to be laughing about that match for a while. That's so good. Sighting the move out, getting right back up the ramp as more quads are being made. A single lake is on the way. Actually, the Izira cores could still slaughter the quads. Really depends on the angle of attack. And the Obeleth is going to be really scary for the drop. I mean, they will eventually start killing the hatch, especially as reinforcements arrive, right? Down goes the larva. Ziki choosing to try to chew through all of these claws. The Lakers are starting to do some damage, though. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit too much to handle, so he ends up backing out. The Obeleth revealing the Lakis isn't really enough when you don't have good damage in that situation. He loads up 3 Izira cores, leaves 1 burrowed at the gate. That's a pretty cheeky tactic. He can always come back around and try to hit the natural. Or maybe he's just going to deliberately fly over here to try to hit the main base, as the Lakis are all burrowed in the natural ramp. And he's going to turn back around. That's fine. Third starting up here for Ziki. He likes that high ground base, which, you know what? Take the safe base. If you feel like you can't take much else, take the safe base. I respect it. Ulgorg on the way immediately. Ziki clearly leveraging the stuff he learned in the Arbus match. Aggressive ZVZ in the first game. This one, just a little bit more tepid for now, but still getting a little bit of action here. I love that Ziki keeps navigating back and forth, keeping it tricky. Not entirely sure if he saw the Vornath, but that could be pretty interesting. If he gets workers here, wow, he actually got a couple of workers. Ends up scooping them all up anyway. With the lake is creeping forward, though, I think that shouldn't happen again. 4 Droleth moving to the 6 o'clock. Or I suppose we can call it 7. Izira core getting snapped. There's the Ulgorg and 6 Zoryus are about to finish, so Ziki's really going to go heavy into the Ultra Core. His 3 Izzy drop is going to get scouted out by this 1 Quaz. But it's another angle of attack that now Hamster has to reply to. He's got the 1 circuit. Lost 2 workers already. Very close to losing more. 1 Aziracore has fallen. Ooh, very close to losing that Aziracore. Good pullback from Ziki. Might have made the auto-target change focus. Look, he's just watching. That's all. Finally going to be overwhelmed here as the Obeleth is pulled back. Still some funny, cost efficiency there. Hamster being a nuisance, but he's a nuisance that is poorer than Ziki. We got more Ultra Cores where that came from, man. Oh, if Ziki's able to resurge and go straight in to face Oya, that could be a real exciting matchup. Just saying. Oya ended up winning versus Ziki in the best of 1 phase, but series play? I want to see a 3-game series between these fellas. Ultra Cores, Lakes, etc. pushing through. This is kind of a small army. There's a lot of Lakes with it. Currently no static defense down here against those Zeths. Maybe Hamster could go and divine that base as he's taking the low ground double gas. He's got a lot of his own Lakes, man. But honestly, would you just consider taking your Oveleth and start, ferrying your units up to the main base and ignoring the Ultra Cores? Or ignoring the Lakes, rather. Good cancellation there. Glad Hamster didn't lose the money for free, but now Ziki's feeling free to take an extra base. I don't really like this angle of attack for his Lakes, but the Ultra Cores are getting on top of things. Holy moly, Ultra Cores are good. I really thought that the Ultra Cores would take way more damage than that and die. But instead, they are actually breaking through. And now all the workers going down and 5 Gorga Cores in production behind it. I don't think... Hamster's got a huge bank, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Calculists don't do anything against the Ultra Cores. They take too much damage. Or they have too much lifesteal, really. There goes the hatch. Hamster trying to surround with his own Lakes. I mean, you just can't stop him. There's so much punishment exchanging hands here, but you just can't stop him. He's got 1 Lakes left, dude. That's it, and here come the Gorgs. I don't think they're great versus the Calculists, but they're a thing that shoots back. Oh my god. Oh my god, every worker dead. Hamster. I think we know what's happening here, boys. GG's, GL in the final, yep. The well-mannered typing is happening. The APM drops, the word per minute picks up, and that is a Ziki win. All right. So that puts us at a Ziki Oya rematch for the grand final. That's pretty awesome. We like that. We knew it would be PvZ no matter what, as soon as Newt was shown the door by Ziki earlier in the tournament. But this is a different look. Ziki Oya final. Yeah, we had 50% representation in the top 4, but only 0% representation of Cosmonarchs, native-born Cosmonarchs, if you will, in the top 2 in the finals. So, hey, that's pretty cool, man. It queues us up for that grand final. Decided to take home $20 instead of 15, and of course, eternal bragging rights. So, let's get it. Our last series of the day. It's been a pretty awesome set of games so far. We're 4.5 hours into the cast. And Ziki asks, Oh, I see. Because Oya comes in from the upper final. Ziki wondering if he's down a map. We don't do that here. This is new series. Smarty probably doesn't understand the question. Because in what world would you do a 1-0 start for the grand final? Like, that's just so silly to me. And I say this with full knowledge that that is how BSL works. But I can't... I love a lot of what BSL does. I don't love that. I think that's silly. Especially with the way that it ended with Bonith DeWalt. Bonith DeWalt went to 7 games, or would have gone to game 7, but instead it was just Bonith wins because he started off 1-0. And that feels so anticlimactic and unsatisfying for the spectator, who's wondering who the better player is in general plus on the day. How do you get there? How do you get there? Well, you get there with a fresh series. Give them a veto advantage or something. Ziki in the top left is the teal, Zerg, and Oya in the bottom right is the Ultramarine? No, Zafir. Zafir Protoss. Of course, that would have been my second pick, but I got to go with my gut. My gut was wrong here. Scribe going to scout after the first gate. Second was already started, and he will be going for a response to the Hydrith opener that he knows Ziki is likely to do. We'll see if it features the Kabbalist again. Has enough money for the Rogue Gallery. He was actually waiting, and he decided to fire the Gateway anyway. This is Demaloon, port of Overwatch, selected by Oya as the top seed for map number 1. Ziki will pick map number 2, no matter who wins this. Which adds a different layer to how it goes. Kind of interesting to think about. You only pick after the result of the first map comes in. It's a bit different than our normal series pick. Going to be Zealot into Strider for Oya, and he's on the 3-gate train, so he might just try to overwhelm what Ziki might have in this situation. Minimum, we have one more game after this. The hatch early on. If Ziki can fortify it, could work out really nicely, but the fact that Oya's gone 3-gate means that he's going to have a very scary army in very short order. Aziracore not likely to get out, considering the Hierophant has popped. Yeah, it's Mass Strider, actually. Dracodon, something that Oya seems to start to believe in. He was doing Zealot Ecclesiast for a long time. We saw Bonith mostly have a Strider-based army and fall to Arbus. I think a large portion of that was 1 gate into Nexus, to be fair. But it was a very different Zerg response as well. And if it's Hydrith, I think you can probably rest easy. You know what I mean? Pylon to extend the build area. Got to be a little bit careful because the Dracodon popping out here, if you build like a Crucible or something, it's just going to get trapped. So, got to watch out with that. There's the tag from the Hierophant. If Oya's on the ball, he should be able to hunt this Aziracore down. There it is. 1 extra shot from the clip-advantaged Hierophant earlier, and that will be it. Thankfully for Ziki, that does not provide a movement speed boost, only an attack speed boost. So they just feel really, really powerful, but have nobody to shoot. Maybe that should actually nerf them then. They take 10 damage. Because they weren't able to express the power. Some Hydras and Aziracores being made on location. We don't have a lot of actual DPS here. The Aziracores all dealing with the Zealot. Now they can try to maybe bully around the Strider count. But you do need more Hydras in this situation. 4 more being produced by Ziki. See if they pop out at a good time. Yeah, you should actually be able to hold here and extend the play a little bit. Yeah, at this stage, it does look to me like the Striders are going to be overcome. This little flank is cute. The Aziracore's not able to bounce and reduce the shields of so many Striders at once. But we do have more Hydras where that came from, so I'm not too worried about what Oya is bringing to the table. A Hierophant can definitely help a bit more than just a single Dracodon. Nice, better value add. But Hydras are able to hunt down individual Striders here. Ziki maybe for a second thinking about pressuring down the bridge, moving across to force the issue, and Oya looks away for just a split second, and all of a sudden the Hydras are in his face. He's still doing great jobs with the kiting. Should be able to even pick that Aziracore. Reinforcements across the bridge, maybe not the best choice, as that Dracodon's now down to almost its last legs. Ziki needs to make many more Hydras, and oh wait, hold on. He actually he pushed the Droleth button a little bit too many times, I think, not respecting how powerful the 3-gate was going to be. All of a sudden, Oya looks like he might be able to snowball this. He's canceled 1, killed another, and it's just Hydras. Oh, instantaneous shellacking on that particular Kagrant. Nexus now starting behind this. Oya won't be able to continue steady production for just a short time here out of his 3 gateways. But he had banked up enough money that it wasn't a huge interruption. A couple of Striders are pretty close to death, but yeah, the Hydra count isn't able to build up to a competitive amount, and the Drollets aren't going to be able to help versus the fight either. Spawn camped at the eggs at the natural. He doesn't have anything, really. No more Vespene coming. Yeah, he wasn't harvesting extra Vespene from the ridge in his main base that whole time. I checked the mini-map, and that is going to be game one for Oya. Obviously a bit more one-sided than we were hoping for there. But the fact that Oya ends up making it happen is impressive, and does it with a different style than what Ziki was probably prepared for. It's one thing to say, hey guys, we're going to go Zealot Ecclesiast. We're going to make a lot of infantry units. And then maybe your Iziricors can do a lot of spread damage, counteract the Ecclesiast shield sustains, and then you obviously have the Hydras working out. I just realized I accidentally said shield stain, and that almost sounds like an improvised bad word to use against Protoss. Get over here, you shield stain. Start gambling, you shield stain. We got game 2 between Oya and Ziki on the board. Crisis Vector picked by Ziki. He likes this map. We've been seeing a lot of it in the tournament. And we have here in the bottom right, Maroon, Zerg, Ziki. Oya in the top left, the yellow Protoss. Let's see if it's going to be another 3-gate opener as Ziki's sticking to his guns with the Hydrath Den. Shopkeeper Dog recognizing indeed the return of the Drakadin. It's a powerful unit, in my opinion. One that we don't see a whole lot of. Gateway on the way. Hydrath Den popping in. So no surprises so far in the very early stages of this game. Exactly what we would expect. All right. It's going to be that Larvosk. Very similar to game 1. Ziki wants to control better, wants to anticipate the response better. We'll see if Oya can succeed in the same way twice. Is he even going to bother waiting for the scout before he goes for the 3rd gateway? How tight is the timing in his mind? The fact that he can do 2 different styles out of the gateway is really empowering for him, because if Ziki was preparing specifically to counter the Zealot Ecclesia style, and it looks identical from the outside, yeah, the fact that it's still 3-gate, but it plays completely differently is pretty important there to remember. And there it is, the 3rd gateway. Oya's going to stick to it. Reminder that Ziki is already qualified to Acropolis 4's Battlement stage. He is our first qualified player out of the Tribunal stage, where we're having all of these one-off tournaments. And Weekendwage isn't a part of that, but the fact that Oya is showing such power already, although we haven't seen him versus Terrans anytime recently, it is interesting to me nonetheless. Obviously, you know, he played against Newt, I guess, or Ziki played against Newt in this tournament, but no Han Mono representation versus Oya. I don't know how much of a test that would have been. Wolfix gave him trouble in 1 game, but otherwise Oya was able to deal with him. Apparently Aoud was giving him trouble, but now most recently, according to Aoud, he has a 30% win rate against Oya in TVP when he's tryharding. So that's pretty, if that's true, that's very, very exciting. Oya could be the next player to beat if that's the case, because he's got totally fine PVT in that case if he's beating Aoud. He's got totally fine PVZ if he's topping over Ziki and Hamster in an extended set. I don't know, man. There's thoughts about that. We'll see if he continues to show promise, as it's going to be a triple Iziricor defensive play here. Oya setting up for a Zealot flank. Actually scouting around, it looks like, just to see if there's any burrowed units. That's a cute move. Makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of pros are going to be doing that. Top players are going to do that in Cosmonarchy quite a bit. Instantaneous Circuit. This is going to help out a lot more versus things like the Drakadin push, I think. And he's investing in a lot more Hydras early on as well, which helps. 1 Iziricor is going to be thrown to the Wolves. The Hierophant will immediately pop it. Tries to turn it around. Is he going to try to go and save it? I mean, you wouldn't... This army, you can. You can take these units and come in and take advantage of the fact that he's trying to go for this kill, but doesn't quite end up making it happen. Now here comes the attack speed increase Drakadins for just a split second. Going after that Circuit with their DPS. Immediately diving onto the Hierophant is the Zerg. And oh no, I don't know if he's going to be able to finish him off, but he does clear out the Zealots really easily. And there pops the Hierophant. I think if Ziki had just gone to save his poor boy, Aziricor, he honestly would have been in a really solid spot. But instead he's going to use the Remax Hydras. The Rogue Gallery is just about to finish inside the main base for Oya. That's going to be an interesting choice. Is he going to go Kabbalist? We saw the 3 Aziricors leave the building. Circuit will eventually be ranged down. Hydra's trying to pepper. Hold on. I think those Aziricors might have still been needed on deck, my friend. Drolets are going to need to get activated here just to slow things down. Is Oya going to win this like this, man? Is this going to be the way that he just crashes through? Another dead Circuit. Well, it does end up being, you know, having the worker pulse. Bad pathing on that. He could have kept a lot more alive. You really got to watch out here, man. The Striders are doing so much damage. One will end up going down. God damn, son. How are you possibly going to deal with this? You need a lot of counter damage with those Aziricors. You can maybe concede your natural if you shut down the mining on this one base push. It's going to get pretty crazy and pretty chaotic here pretty soon. 24 workers to speak of. But is there going to be a hold? Oh, you're realizing he needs to get the hell out of there and start attacking because his own mining has been shut down. He's got 200 minerals left over for any sort of harvesting going on. And now he's going to try to dive forward. Battle workers on both sides as the Droleths try to get intercepting. Ziki wants to hold on as best he can. We're keeping the worker count selected for Oya, but he has to call GG as the last of the Hydras are defeated. And it's 2 quick games for Oya to use Dracodons to dismantle Ziki. And that's how he won Weekendwage a few days ago. GG. All right, guys, that was an exciting set of games. Obviously, we were hoping for a little bit more in that grand final. Ziki's got to maybe go back to the drawing board to deal with ye old Dracodon. Maybe some Rilla cores since they're free if you have the larva to spare. I'm not really sure where the build order is currently falling down on there for Ziki, but you might just need to start opening pool again and try to navigate into the sort of counter to whatever the 3-gate heavy military push is, because that's presumably why Ziki has pulled away from pool to begin with. Anyway, I think there's a lot there to think about. I am going to be making some small balance adjustments pretty soon, but I don't really think there's anything that's going to affect like PvZ. I'm reducing the armor a little bit of the Ulgorg Cavern and the Zozark Gorge. And then I'm adding a nifty little thing for the Cyprian here that should make it feel a bit more fair. But overall, there's not really huge sweeping changes planned right now. I think we just need to see some more data, get some more build orders down, and figure out what people want to do like that. I'm going to leave it there, though. That was indeed a very, very fun, almost 5-hour event in terms of the casts. Thanks for joining me for all of that action. I'll catch you guys pretty soon for another round. So that's pretty much about it. So, peace.